Sir Mark, you can start. Sir Mark. Sir Mark, you can start.
Okay, yes, good day everyone. And another great and exciting day to IEPS community participants and our special guests and speakers. So welcome to another webinar on international webinar on the occasion of National Sports Day of India, Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic movement. This is organized by S.S.A Government College of Arts and Commerce, Bermuda, Pernim, Goa, India, a Department of Physical Education and Sports, in collaboration with International Association So it's my honor to be your virtual host for today's international webinar. And I'm really excited as I believe that this is another opportunity for us to physical education teachers here in the Philippines and all over the world to have another webinar session. And it makes me excited because we have here four highly distinguished speakers and their chairperson. We have here Professor Dr. Jesus D. Argarin, Professor of University of Makati. And of course, we have Mr. Kennedy De Silva, Director of John Paul II Foundation for Sports. And also we have Dr. Lucia Bacal de la Cruz, Associate Professor, Department of Psychology, University of Makati. And of course, we have Dr. Michael Diaz, College Director, Department of Physical Education, SS Dempo College, and of course, their chairpersons. So I'm welcoming everyone for the chairpersons. Of course, we have your Lieutenant Dr. Sam J. Braganza, Dr. Gina Tugalde Astillero, Dr. Benu Gupta, and Dr. TJ Panganiban, Program Chairperson of Batangas State University, JPLPC Malvar Campus, and also our Vice President for IAPS. So, before we begin with our session today, I'd like to thank Associate Professor Dr. Joelson Santos, our IAPS chairman, for the commitment, love, and support to the IAPS members, and of course our President Dr. Jess Argarin, our respected and inspiring guest, of course. And we would like to thank for all the support of our IEPS community and other participants for the past weeks, months of attending and supporting our different sessions. So God is great and God is awesome for that. And of course, we would like to announce to our members that the feedback link will be given later on as after the session. And of course, we would like to remind you that to get your certificate, you must fill the feedback link with, of course, the proof of evidence that you are taking selfies that you are watching in our webinar and attending webinar. So please take note of that. And before we formally start our program, let us feel the anointing power of God with this to be led to us by Assistant Professor in Law, Saint Javier's College, Goa, Professor Alia Aga, for the opening prayer.
Requesting you all to kindly take a prayerful posture. Thank you, Mark. Lord, with your blessings, we as a team today, from all the parts of the world, with our gifts, talents, and planning, have reached the day of execution. Lord, as your word says, Hebrews 21 verses 1, let's run life's marathon with passion and determination, for the path has already been marked out before us. Our trust, our inspiration in you, Lord, as we set on our path marked by you today. Help us, Lord, in accomplishing today's marathon. May each one of us, being aware of your goodness in our life, pour out this goodness through our heart. Let our words touch lives, transform minds, and be a witness to your endless grace of peace and togetherness through the Olympic movement. We make this prayer with your love and in your name. Amen. Thank you, and may we all have a grace-filled and a very informative webinar. Thank you.
Let's proceed to our singing of the Philippine National Anthem by India, Thailand, and Philippines.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
ธงชาติและเพลงชาติไทยเป็นสัญลักษณ์ของความเป็นไทยเราจงร่วมใจยืนตรงเคารพธงชาติด้วยความภาคภูมิใจในเอกราชและความเสียสละของบรรพบุรุษไทย
เป็นประชารัฐไทยของไทยทุกส่วนอยู่ดำรงคงไว้ได้ทุกตัวด้วยไม่ร่วมหมายรักสามัคคีไทยนิรักสงบแต่ถึงรบไม่กล้าเอกราชจะไม่ให้ใครคนทีสยามเมืองอยากเป็นชาติทะเลพระโลกคือเทศไทยทวีวิชัยชโย
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, dahil sa sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulubing, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong bangaw, ay hinagang tulak, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihingi, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang ay di magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Now, please remain at your seats as we have our webinar etiquette. So once again, everyone, welcome to the international webinar on the occasion of National Sports Day of India, Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic Movement. And without further ado, may we call on for the inaugural speech the principal of S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce. Let's welcome Professor Dr. Felipe Rodriguez E. Melo. Sir.
Good morning, everybody. S.S.A. Government College of Commerce and Arts, Perne, in collaboration with International Association of Physical Education and Sports, is organizing an international webinar on the theme Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic Movement. The purpose of this webinar will be to communicate moral values to the participants while celebrating Olympism. Topics which will be discussed: value education through the Olympic movement, building a better world through the sports, how pandemic made this Olympic different but still special, Olympic value education program, women empowerment through sports, fair play and fight against racial discrimination through sports and games. I take this opportunity in welcoming all the delegates from all around the globe for this international webinar. And I wish all the best towards this webinar. Over to the organizers.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Felipe Rodriguez A. Melo, the principal of S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce. And at this point, may we call on for the introductory address our ever workaholic and dedicated chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Jewelson M. Santos.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, Doc, you are audible. Loud and
Thank you so much. A very blessed Sunday morning to everyone. Thank you so much for participating in this webinar. It is a very glorious event for our brothers and sisters in India, for they celebrate the National Sports Day. As we all know, sports has been with us for so many years. It touches our lives and changes our perspective on how competition was being held. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the principal of the S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, Professor Dr. Felipe Rodriguez Melo, for having IAPS to be its partner organization for this endeavor. Another is Dr. Sam J. Braganza for organizing this very timely event, and most especially as well to our keynote speaker, Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay, who would be as well giving us an overview, a new perspective on sports. Another is to the participants who will be here and participating us, even though it's a Sunday. Thank you for being with us. And I hope that this webinar would be so meaningful to each and every one of you who have attended this conference. With that, thank you and good afternoon. Back to you, Sir Mark Anthony Ardalipe.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Jewel. And we would like to announce, and I would like to extend my sincerest congratulations to the organizing committee for this timely one-day virtual international webinar. So I wish the grand success of this event. So stay safe, everyone. Stay safe always. Okay, and at this juncture, may we call on Lieutenant Dr. Sam J. Braganza, College Director of Physical Education and Sports, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, for the for the welcome address. Once again, Lieutenant Dr. Sam J. Braganza. Sir?
Mark, am I clear?
Yes, Dr. Sam, you are audible.
Sir Sam, please unmute.
Am I audible now?
Yes, Dr. Sam,
Yeah.
loud and
Uh,
clear.
yeah, a very good morning to all those present from the Philippines, Thailand, South Asia, and all over the world. A good day to you all, and a very good morning to all of us in India. As Dr. Santosh Joel has said that India celebrates its International Sports Day, and our college has always been organizing events on this day, and I'm grateful that International Association of Physical Education and Sports has collaborated with us to organize such a wonderful, timely event. And I welcome each one of you all here, delegates. It's pointless the names of some powerful, inspirational people present here who will make a change in people's life who will be attending this seminar, and I welcome them all to this program. There are some important people who will be speaking on this occasion, who Sir Mark has explained and brought forward. And these people are delicately chosen from different parts of the Southeast Asia and from India. They are not only simply dear to the sporting organization, sporting fraternity in the respective places they are in, but they are working with their heart. They are working by giving everything they have in their day-to-day lives to provide sports and the values in sports to people all around them. I will like to make a reminder that both the associations that are present today who are hosting this program are not earning any revenue through this kind of a webinar. Both these associations, these organizations have come together so that the love of sports, the love of what they have learned through participating in sports is cherished by every participant who comes here. None of the resource persons have been sent official letters or welcomed, okay, but they have come with open arms to share their little bit of knowledge that they have, and they are come here to make a change in a perspective in sports. As I've my principal, Dr. Philip Rodriguez Melo, told us the purpose of this webinar is to communicate the moral values of to the participants while celebrating the Olympic movement on this National Sports Day of India, because we all know that there are so much of moral values, ethics, and qualities that we learn through sports that is going to make so much of a difference to us today. Let's talk about the today being the National Sports Day of India. Why is it the National Sports Day of India? Let's give a little knowledge to those people from the rest of the world who are present here. National Sports Day, because the national sport of India is hockey, and today is the birth anniversary of the hockey wizard Major Dhyan Chand. A humble person in the Indian Army, who dedicated his life for sports and for his country, showed magical performances on the sports field that brought sheer joy, love, happiness to every person who saw him play. So is celebrating this beautiful person and this National Sports Day of India. We are organizing this this webinar. And as you all know, that the theme for the Olympics and the reason for conducting the Olympics was to bring the different states or different places, the cities of Greece together, and with the same intention of bringing people all over the world together on this National Sports Day of India. With the motto of the Olympic movement, we bring this webinar to you so that we all come together with through love, joy, happiness, and togetherness to enjoy this wonderful day together on this platform. You know that the value education movement, okay, the value education program that has been started by the Olympic Association is for this reason very important, because they want to share values through the Olympic movement, and with that objectives we have brought these things together, and the fine core values of excellence, respect, and friendship is what we are going to share and understand in due course of time in this webinar. So with the new addition to the motto of the Olympics, as you know, the motto of the modern Olympics is faster as light, faster we reach to people. The higher we go in life, the higher we find our values, our inspirations reaching, the stronger we become together, together as a family, for which we are here sitting together sharing our views. And with this theme, there will be outstanding personalities, as Sir Mark has already said. We are going to speak on 4 vital topics today, selected from different topics that came across to us upon building a better world through sports, women empowerment through sports, fair play and fight against racial discrimination through sports and games, and the journey of Olympic stars. With this little introduction to this little welcome, I welcome each and every inspirational persons. Uh, People who are here will be introduced in due course of time, but I welcome those participants whose names will not be taken, but who have taken their time off and who are here to witness a difference in how sporting webinars are conducted, how values are spread through our sports and games. And I wish you all the best and have a very enlightening and productive, fruitful webinar. And I salute Dr. Ms. Sir Mark and Sir Santosh, and the present president of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporates, Dr. Jesus R. Green, and Dr. Mukha Abhidaya, who is the keynote speaker. I welcome you all, sirs, and to all the resource persons, and I wish you all a productive deliberation. Over to you, Mark. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Dr. Sam Braganza, the College Director of Physical Education and Sports, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, for sharing us the information, sir, and the nature of our webinars today, the core values, objectives, and which is to encourage good relations or relationships. So happy National Sports Day to everyone. And of course, we have 136 participants here in our Zoom meeting. So again, welcome everyone, and I hope that you are all excited. But then let's have may we call on for the keynote address, the Associate Professor of the Department of Physical Education Union, Christian Training College, and Chief Advisor of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay for the keynote address. Dr. Kishore. Hello, Dr. Kishore. Okay, so while waiting for Dr. Kishore, I would like to announce again that the feedback will be available after the session. And of course, we are requiring our participants, in order to get your certificates, to please have a proof of evidence that you attended our Zoom meeting. So through taking selfie while watching. Okay, so we are not going to entertain any questions later on, because we have these clear instructions to everyone. So please have a picture taking or selfies while watching or attending our Zoom meeting for today.
Hello.
Okay, so yes, let's have
May I
Dr.
audible?
Kishore.
May I audible?
Yes, Dr. Kishore, you are loud and clear. You may
Please
now
allow me to
proceed,
share
sir.
my screen. Please allow me to share my screen.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Is it visible? Hello?
Yes, sir. It's already visible, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, very good morning to everybody from India. I am very much thankful to S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, Goa, and International Association of Physical Education and Sports to organize such kind of international conference on the auspicious occasion of National Sports Day of India, and also provide me the opportunity to talk over here. Respected Professor Philip Malo, Principal, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, Goa. Respected Professor Joelson M. Santos, our dynamic chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated. Today's welcome speaker, Lieutenant Dr. Sam Barganja, Director of Physical Education and Sports, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, and all the respected resource speakers, chairpersons, and my learned friends. Today, the theme of the international conference is Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic movement. Today, my agenda is origin on history of the Olympic Games, then closing of ancient Olympic, then Olympism and Olympic movement, athletic performance, then how we are promoting nationalism and athleticism through Olympics, and last, peace and togetherness. The ancient Greece was divided into several city-states, and all the states were independent. War was very common that time between the independent states. A saint of Delphi started the Olympic Games as religious festival in the name of God Zeus in the year 776 BC. During the tenure of the game, all kind of wars and warlike situations were stopped and the atmosphere of peace prevailed. Once in Olympia, the participants were no longer soldiers at all, but athletes. The word athlete is from ancient Greek, which means one who compete for prize, or was related to two other Greek words, athlos means contest and athlon meaning prize. So contesting for getting prize is the meaning of athletes. Every 4 years, men from all over Greece came to participate in a great athletic festival in Elis in western Greece. This was called the Olympic Games because the place was called Olympia. It was a religious festival in the honor of the Greek gods Zeus and Hera. The Olympics of the ancient Greece weren't exactly the worldwide spectacle as we have today. Only Greeks took part. There were only 9 events. So this is the entrance of the stadium of ancient Olympic Games. The ancient Olympic Games included running, long jump, short put, javelin, boxing, pancration, and equestrian events. The Olympics were open to any free-born Greeks in the world. There were separate men's and boys divisions for the events. Women were not allowed to compete in the games themselves. A victory received a crown made from olive leaves and was entitled to have a statue of himself set up at the Olympia. His success increased the fame and reputation of his community in the Greek world. This is the leaf of olive. picture here represent the leaves of the olive. Then why the ancient Olympic closed? After the Roman Empire conquered the Greece in the mid 2nd century BC, the game continued, but their standard and quality declined due to Roman insertion and superiority complex. The Roman sports of gladiator fights took place precedent over the amateur competitions. Romans at the time were not fair in sports and acted on emperors. Banned this game as pagan festival, ending the ancient Olympic tradition after nearly 12 regular staging. It took another 1,503 years for the Olympic to revive. The growth of the games fostered professionalism among the competitors, and the Olympic ideals were one as royalty began to compete for personal gain, particularly in the chariot events. Human beings were being glorified as well as the gods. Many winners erected statues to defy themselves. In AD 394, the games were officially ended by Roman Emperor Theodosius, who felt that they had pagan connotations. So at the time, the professionalism arrived in this area, and the morality of the Olympic game was destroyed, and it was a place of gambling. So due to this reason, the Roman Emperor Theodosius forced to stop the game. Then revival, Baron Pierre de Coubertin on November 1892 at the Sorbonne in Paris invited to conference to their peers to rebut the spirit of the ancient games. The goal of the Olympic movement is to contribute to building a peaceful and better world by educating youth through sports participation without discrimination of any kind, and in the Olympic spirit, which requires mutual understanding with the spirit of friendship, solidarity, and fair play. Under the motto, faster, higher, and stronger. And they founded the International Olympic Committee. The first edition of modern Olympic Games was in April 1896. They took place in Athens, Greece. A Frenchman by the name Baron Pierre de Coubertin, which I have already talked, reviving this competition. He thought that bring youth athletes together from all over the world help bringing world peace. Coubertin believed that sports was a very strong power that could inspire a feeling of unity and peace among many nations of the world. In 1894, at an international congress, the International Olympic Committee was founded. Held in the Athens 1986 at the Pan-Athenic Stadium, the Olympic have taken place every 4 years since the first game in 1896. The Winter Olympic Games were introduced in 1924. Since the first modern Olympic Games in Athens, 1896, the games have continued to grow throughout the year, and more nations have taken part, as well as more events being introduced. Only 13 countries were represented at the first Olympic Games. The games have been held every 4 years since, except in 1962 during the World War I, and in 1940 and 1944 during the World War II, the game was not held. So The ancient Olympic Games was started to stop the war and rivalry among the Greeks. And due to the war, the modern Olympic Games was stopped 3 years. The logos represent the 5 continents, 5 color ring interlocked each other in the form of W shaped: blue, black, red, yellow, and green. The rings are interlocked to symbolize the friendship in the world. The plain white background of the Olympic flag is symbolic of the peace throughout the game. The Olympic movement also referred as the Olympicism. The terminology Olympicism derived from Olympic movement and has its root in the beliefs of ancient Greeks, who encouraged people to develop their physical, moral, intellectual, cultural, artistic qualities harmoniously. These tasks could be achieved by building sports with education and cultural activities. Olympicism was celebrated through the ancient Olympic Games. 6 activities are included currently within the Olympicism in action. Activities include development through sports, education through sports, peace through sports, sports and environment, sports for all, and women and sports. These activities are endorsed by Olympic movement. The Olympicism seeks to create a way of life by blending the sports with culture and international cooperation. It is based on the joy of effort, the educational value of a good example, social responsibilities, respect for universal fundamental ethical principles. The main goal of Olympicism is to place sports at the service of the harmonious development of humankind, with a view to promoting a peaceful society concerned with perseverance of human dignity. The principle of Olympicism, the practice of sports in human right, is human right. Every individual must have the possibility to practice sports without discrimination of any kind and in any Olympic spirit, which requires mutual understanding with the spirit of friendship. So, participation in sports and games is a fundamental right of an individual. We should give emphasis on that also in a greater extent. Now, the vision, the Olympicism is a philosophy of life, which places a sport at the service of mankind. Now, what is the vision of the Olympicism? Building a better world through sports. What are the values? Excellence, respect, and friendship. What are the missions? Ensure the uniqueness and the regular celebration of Olympic Games. Put athletes at the heart of the Olympic movement. Promote sports and the Olympic values in society with a focus on young people. The working principles of this Olympicism are universality and solidarity, unity in diversity, autonomy and good governance, and sustainability. This is the reverse hierarchy process of Olympic movement. It starts from top to bottom: world population first, then world youth population, then the spectators, then world-based athletes, then games accredited media, then broadcasters, top sponsors, different national organizations, and then International Olympic Committee. This is the hierarchy process. Now, influence of promoting nationalism, how Olympicism or Olympic movement is able to promote the nationalism of an individual. The national committees picks athlete to represent their country.
Okay, I think Dr. Kishore is experiencing right now a poor connection or
He's back,
internet
sir.
connection. Okay.
Hello, just wait for a minute. I am coming back. Just bear 1 minute with me.
Yes, Dr. Kishore.
Till Dr.
My screen is
Kishore
visible. My
joins in.
screen is visible.
Yeah, yes,
My
sir.
screen is visible.
Yes,
My screen
sir.
is visible. Huh?
Uh,
My screen is visible.
we can see the presentation, Dr. Kishore.
Hello, sir. My screen is visible.
Dr. Kishore, we cannot see your screens yet.
Wait. Please wait. I'm again connecting.
Kindly bear with us. Sir Kishore Upadhyay is kindly facing some technical issues. This is a reminder to all the participants that while filling in the feedback form, you have to upload a photograph of yourself, a selfie of you attending the webinar. There will be a link which will ask you to provide your photograph of you attending the webinar. This will enable us to check also your presence in the attendance taken, plus your photograph will be very helpful to do the required documentation. Thank you and have a very fruitful webinar.
Dr. Kishore.
Hello, sir. Hello. I'm just in.
Okay. Okay, so while waiting for Dr. Kishore, we have 158 participants in our Zoom meeting, today's international webinar.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
My screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
It's
sir.
visible already.
Okay. Thank you. So I am extremely sorry for this technical issue.
Dr. Kishore, please unmute, sir.
Hello, may I audible?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
On nationalism, athletes to represent their country. Ceremonies include flags and anthems. All athletes march together behind games to promote political structure. Olympics are moving toward the reason to develop the nationalism part of this Olympicism. Now I am discussing about the athleticism. Athleticism is the physical quality that are characterized to athlete, such as strength, fitness, and agility. Olympicism and athleticism are placed side by side, and which is an important part of the Olympic movement. Athleticism is the ability to repeatedly perform a range of movements with precision and confidence in a variety of environments, which requires competent levels of motor skill, strength, power, speed, coordination, and endurance. This definition was given by National Strength and Conditioning Association. The concept of fitness and athleticism into the following primary subdomains or domains of fitness, which includes strength, speed, agility, aerobic power, flexibility, balance, and kinesthetic awareness. Now, athletes at the heart of the Olympic movement. The most important thing is to protect the athlete, promoting clean and fair athletes and fair play competition, support to athletes on and off the field of the play. As we all know, the famous name of Florence Griffith Joyner and Jackie Joyner, courtesy of USA, they made their sprinting record, which is still alive, but they are not alive now due to the addiction of doping. They used to take dope substance to promote their performance. This is a very important and critical issue so far as performance is concerned and fair play is concerned. To protect the athlete is an foremost and important thing of us. During this pandemic scenario, in the last Olympic of Tokyo 2021, we have seen that all the Olympic athletes were vaccinated, use the masks and sanitation, and try to maintain physical distancing in the competitive arena and outside the competitive arena as well. This is only to protect them, to save the athletes of the world. And now, Olympicism in action, keep Olympicism alive 360 days a year. So you have to just observe during this Olympic event and then forget all about the thing is wrong for yourself because it is a philosophy of life. You have to maintain throughout your life. Then there are so many options are there. Olympic channels are there. Strategic partnerships are there. Sports and culture should be developed within yourself and your community. Then IOC's role, unity in the dove is the symbol of peace. The Olympic truce is the Greek word which means lying down of arms, is symbolized by the dove with the traditional Olympic flame in the background. In a world that is plagued by wars and animosity, the dove represents the IOC's goal to build a peaceful and better world through sports and fostering international brotherhood. The International Olympic Truce Federation Foundation, the International Olympic Committee aims political leaders to act in favor of peace, organize conferences on sports and peace, mobilize young people for the promotion of Olympic ideals, develop initiatives with other organizations specializing in the field of peace, develop educational and research program to promote the Olympic truce. Now, the last aspect, the most important aspect, that is the togetherness. The Olympic motto was aimed to faster, higher, and stronger together during this International Olympic Committee session in the Tokyo, as the world waited for the pandemic hit games to bring on July 23rd. The word together, after a hyphen, has been added to the earlier motto, which was made up of Latin word Citius, Altius, Fortius, translated to faster, higher, stronger in English. The motto now reads Citius, Altius, Fortius, and Comenius in Latin. It was also supported by the International Paris de Coubertin Committee. The Tokyo Olympic 2020 has put on show the ultimate togetherness when the gold medal in the high jump is shared by both Barsim and Tamberi. The divine moment was seen in the final of medalist Tamberi was facing Qatar's Barsim in the jump off. Both of them jumped 2.67 meters and were on par. Olympic officials gave 3 more attempts to each of them, unable to reach more than 2.37 meters. 1 more medal was given to both of them, but Tamberi withdrew from the first attempt due to a serious leg injury. That moment, there was no other opponent in front of Barsim, and he could have easily approached the gold alone. Then the divine moment of the new motto togetherness come up. Instead of claiming gold, Barsim asked the official, is there any option to share the gold between two of us? This is a great example of Olympicism and our new history in the world of Olympic. So far as togetherness is concerned, it is introduced and included and also found in this Olympic as well. So this is the picture of Barsim and Tamberi. They have shared their gold medal in the greatest example of this togetherness, which was introduced in this Olympic also, and found the example of this Olympic as well. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to deliver over here. I wish happy National Sports Day to all, and I congratulate all the faculty members and staff of the to organize such an extraordinary event in the auspicious sporting day, and wish a great success of this international conference. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Dr. Kishore, for sharing this informative presentation about the nature of Olympism. And as we teachers, physical education teachers, coaches, administrators, to embrace this Olympism, that which is or because it seeks to create a way of life by blending sport with culture, education, and international cooperation, and it is based on the joy of effort, the educational value of a good example, social responsibility, and respect for universal or fundamental ethical principles. Thank you so much for that very informative presentation, Associate Professor Dr. Kishore Mokopadyay, ASO Prof of Department of PE Union Christian Catholic College and Chief Advisor of IAPS Incorporated. And I know before we proceed to our technical session that everyone is very excited as we proceed to our different speakers to listen and to have their expertise in their presentations for today's international webinar. So without further ado, let's may we call on our resource person, first resource person this afternoon, to discuss to us and share to us about the building a better world through sports. May we call on Professor Dr. Jesus D. Argarin, Professor of University of Makati and the President of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated. So let's give Professor Dr. Jesus Argarin virtual applause. Sir?
Yeah. Thank you, Sir Mark. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You
Yes, sir.
are loud and clear.
Thank you. So, hello to everyone. Let me share to you my topic for today. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. We
Okay,
can see
thank
your
you.
presentations now.
Okay, thank you, Sir Mark. Okay, so my topic for today is building a better world through sports. Sports has the power to change the world. As you all know, sport unites people from all walks of life behind a common goal. It creates opportunities for individual growth, improves physical, mental, and emotional health, as well as developing confidence and a sense of empowerment. Am I too fast, Sir Mark?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, in order for us to understand how sport can build a better world for all of us, we must know two things. First is that sports can be a tool for peace and development. Now, this can be used to achieve wide range of objectives. Number one, sport can build bridges with universal language. Sport is a universal language, building more bridges between people than anything else I can think of. According to Sebastian Go, an Olympian gold medalist in the 1984 Summer Olympics. At its best, sports can bring people together no matter what their origin, background, religious, beliefs, or economic status. When we say that the sport is a universal language, it refers to the fact that all the people that can practice the same sport can understand each other in any part of the world. It doesn't matter if they do not speak the same language. Number two, sport can provide hope when all hope is lost. Development from sport goes beyond learning physical skills. Sport help us to develop better ways to cope with the highs and lows of life. It also helps us to develop patience and understand that it can take a lot of practice to improve both physical skills and what they do in our everyday lives. Number three, sport can inspire and educate youth. Encouraging your children in sport is important. Keeping them safe is a must. Make sure it's fun. Stress the importance of safety. Ensure that your child is healthy. Maintain a positive environment. Encourage healthy, competitive attitude. Build their self-esteem. Be a supportive parent, not a coach. Number four, sport can develop body, mind, and values. Getting indulged in physical activities like sports improves your heart function, reduces the risk of diabetes, controls blood sugar, and lowers tension and stress levels. It also brings positive energy, discipline, and other commendable qualities to your life. Five, sport can promote peace and understanding. Sport offers many benefits, including individual development, health promotion, and disease prevention, gender equality, social integration, peace building, or conflict prevention and or resolution, and post-disaster or trauma assistance. From a development perspective, the goal is to enhance mass sport, not elite sport. Number six, sport has no border. It has no chains. Historically, sports have played a pivotal role in breaking down cultural barriers and transforming societies worldwide. Sports change lives, affect politics, fuel economies, and shape cultures. Sport as a tool for social change. Under this, we have peace building. In peace building, sport is the key in integrative process, bringing people together from different nations, religions, and races in a modern era of conflict and humanitarian crisis. Sport can assist in the attainment of sustainable development goals. It is also a compelling tool to promote peace, tolerance, and understanding. Its values such as teamwork, fairness, discipline, and respect are understood all over the world and can be utilized in the advancement of solidarity and social cohesion. Like in the Olympics, most countries are represented, just like in the recently concluded Tokyo Olympics, amidst the pandemic scare. Women's empowerment. First is that The global role of women, caretakers, farmers, educators, and entrepreneurs. Throughout history, the central role of women in society has ensured the stability, progress, and long-term development of nations. And women self-report more often their initiative in preserving child health and nutrition, and place women as leaders and give them decision-making roles. As the focus shifts toward inclusive in economic structures, providing women with leadership opportunities and making them a part of decision making can go a long way in achieving women's empowerment. Health promotion. Sports require you to move your body, and it's commonly known fact that exercise is good for your health. According to the Mayo Clinic, physical activity helps control weight, combats health conditions and diseases, improves mood, boosts energy, and promotes better sleep. The number one sport that can improve overall fitness and capacity is swimming. Swimming is the only a complete physical workout. It is also an awesome sport for your heart and a low stress activity. Humanitarian assistance. Sport has the power to celebrate our common humanity, regardless of faith, race, culture, beliefs, gender, and ability. It can bring us together to meet one another across borders and boundaries, to learn to compete as friends, to respect and trust one another, even in opposition, to raises mutual understanding and promotes peace in international relations. It often initiates or aggravates political conflict in international relations. Since an athlete or a team represent his or their nation, hatred of the counterpart could become an antipathy of the nation. A good sample is that countries initiate sports competitions for fundraisings to donate in less fortunate. Environmental protection. Professionals and college leagues from across the world are working to reduce their carbon footprint. Stadiums and ballparks are greener than ever thanks to solar panels, wind turbines, and recycling bins. And league initiatives are getting innovative to save the planet. These are the best ways. Sports are helping the environment and to battle climate change. Fight against HIV or AIDS. Sport and physical education have shown that they can play an effective role in fight against HIV or AIDS by providing a popular site for preventive education. There's also evidence indicating that involvement in sport may help to slower down the disease in individuals who are HIV positive. Exercise doesn't fight HIV, but it can have important benefits for people with HIV. Many people with HIV have increased levels of blood sugars and fats, such as cholesterol, which can increase the risk of some serious long-term health problems. A sample awareness campaign is for Magic Johnsons, a retired NBA players from Lakers team. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. We
Yes,
can
Okay.
sir.
hear you.
UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said, sport is a language which is spoken by everybody without discrimination, and it provides a role model for peace and harmony and friendship. On August 23, 2013, the United Nations Assembly approved by consensus that 6th of April is to be observed as the International Day of Sport for Development and Peace. August 2013, the 67th National General Assembly, sorry, the 67th United Nations General Assembly then proclaims that 6th of April is to be observed as the International Day of Sports for Development and Peace. Since 2014, the sports development sector has granted a United Nations recognized international observance day every 6th day of April. Following the 2014 inaugural International Day of Sport for Development and Peace celebrations, 6th of April 2015 offers an opportunity for the sport and development community to build on its successes, make improvements, and reach out to a wider audience in order to bring people together through sport. The main goal during the ISGP 2015 are get active on the International Day of Sport for Development and Peace, campaigning to make the most out of the 2015 International Day of Sport for Development and Peace. The International Day of Sport for Development and Peace, an opportunity for advocacy. Building bridges through different sports. The National Basketball Association, NBA, partnered with Ross Initiative in Sports for Equity, or RISE, and Under Armour in 2017 to launch Building Bridges Through Basketball. RISE uses sports to address racism, champion social justice, and unify the nation. University of Pennsylvania, 2016, launched Soccer Without Borders. They use the world's most popular sports as jumping off point to create programs that help turn around the lives of at-risk youth in the US and abroad. Football for All in Vietnam is extending the International Day of Sport for Development and Peace to encourage fun and positive racial change or social change for young students. A quiet cricket match was conducted between government primary school, SUPI or GPS SUPI, and government primary school, Talay or GPS Talay. On celebrating sports for development and peace on IDSDP, Paralympic wheelchair racer Anne Wafula Strike and Lord Bates, Minister of State at the Department for International Development or DFID, discuss how sport can bring about change for people with disabilities. ASA or after school activity promoted play and inclusion on IDSDP 2018. The event showcased how sport and games can help foster inclusion and community development. Some countries does not implement the ASA after school activity, like in the Philippines, especially public schools. But some private schools and international schools, it is mandated. In 2020, the global community is undoubtedly facing a unique challenge from the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, and the sport development community is no exception. While sports has great power to bring people together, this same quality is exactly why the global sports community has been particularly affected by the necessary health measures imposed in countries around the world. Very challenging times for sports amidst the pandemic. February 2019, representatives of North and South Korea briefed the International Olympic Committee president for their joint bid to host the 2032 Olympics. In a fragile world, you have shown that sport can bring people together. You have shown that sport can build bridges. Thomas Bach told the athletes of North and South Korea at the Winter Olympics closing ceremony on Pyongyang. Volleyball builds valuable communities within teams and across the sporting world as a whole. And this IDSDP, Let's Keep the Ball Flying, is celebrating the power of this sport. FIFA President Giannis Infantino's message for IDSDP 2021, accepting that engaging in sports diplomacy is a long-term effort. The president added that setting positive examples through football will lead the way in promoting equality, prioritizing human rights, and signaling the imperative of accountability. The new FIFA is committed to building strong alliances in every part of the world because it is my deep belief that through engagement and not exclusion, we can achieve real and long-lasting change. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres' message from the International Day of Sport for Development and Peace as vaccines spread hope. Sports will help forge safe, sustainable COVID-19 recovery. On IDSDP 2021, the United Nations is using sport to highlight the need for vaccine equity so that we can all be safe and play on a level playing field. In light of the pandemic, the Commonwealth Secretariat created the Commonwealth Moves initiative to provide practical solution and recommendation in partnership with sport for development experts from around the Commonwealth. I have discussed building bridges through different sports like basketball, football, cricket, hockey. Now, let us not forget to mention the different major events where most countries, if not all, come together as one in a major sporting event. The Southeast Asian Games, with the aim to promote better relations among the countries of peninsular Southeast Asia. the Asian Games with the aim to promote sport in the continent and to unite ASEAN countries through the field of sports. The Paralympic Games with the aim to achieve sporting excellence, the goal of a sports centered organization to inspire and excite the world. The external result is our contribution to a better world for all people with disability. The Olympic Games with the objectives to bring the athletes around the world in one place where they can play and spread peace and friendship with no discrimination in race and gender. It was Baron Pierre de Coubertin of France who bring the concept of Olympic and which is started in 1896. Sport can be important vehicle to help us reach across political divides, civil conflicts, and ethnic religious differences to reinforce our common humanity and build the condition for a peaceful and COVID-free world. Thank you for listening. Back to you, Sir Mark.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jess Argarin, for discussing to us a very interesting topic about building a better world through sports. So indeed, sport has the power to change the world. Thank you so much once again, Professor Dr. Jess Argarin, Professor of University of Makati and President of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated. So indeed, sport has the power to change the world. Peace building, girls and women's empowerment, health promotion, humanitarian assistance, environmental protection. So it really creates opportunities for individual growth and gives us a holistic development. And at this moment, may we call on uh, Lieutenant Dr. Sam J. Braganza, College Director of Physical Education and Sports, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, for the highlights, wrap up of the topics given to us by our first resource person today, Professor Dr. Jesus D. Arcari. Dr. Sam?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Am I clear?
Yes, sir. You are loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Thanks for bringing in the energy to this webinar, Mark, and thank you, Dr. Jesus Agreen. As this seminar, this webinar is about values and how we are going to each other. As we could see, Dr. Argreen was a person who was soft spoken. This is one of the qualities we miss out on today's life. In this rat race world where we run in accomplishing our goals, we want things to be finished as soon as possible. Dr. Argareen has shown us his calmness, his composure, the way he delivered his session. There was there was a sense of humbleness that was felt the way he spoke. And I wish all of us to learn from Jesus Argareen these qualities that he's shown us today. From his session, we also saw how he has highlighted upon sports as a place where we can build a better world. He has told us the various tools that sports has that provides us a level platform that enables us to work for a better tomorrow, better future through sports. He has shown that sports is a common playing platform. It's a common language where people all over the world, all the representative participants understand what sports is. They enjoy brotherhood, love, trust, hope for a better future through sports. Even the pandemic, which stopped the Olympics being held last year, but did not kill the spirits of all sportsmen and all sport lovers all over the world, because we sportsmen have the ability to overcome any kind of challenge or problems, and that gave us a hope to keep ourselves fit and keep ourselves prepared for the Olympic competition to start and to go ahead and give our best when Olympics started in the year 2021. So it did not break, the pandemic did not break the spirits of sports people, sports lovers all over the world. And so nicely put together by Jesus Argreen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, doctor, for being with us, giving us your warmth, your love, your concern, and this value-based webinar which we are here to build togetherness is so much happy for you to be with us, and I wish you all the best, and so that you shine as a personality of great stature wherever you go, and you bring this world together with your words, your deeds, wherever you are. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mark, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session and speak a few words and sum up this wonderful session taken by Dr. Argareen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. If there are any questions from the participants, I found there is nothing on the chat. If there is any questions, I or Dr. Argareen would be, we would be interested, or we would love to answer them. Or over to Mark.
Okay, thank you so much, Lieutenant Dr. Sam J. Berganza, College Director of Physical Education and Sports, SSA Government College of Arts and Commerce, for the insights and for the wrap up about the discussions given to us, or the presentation given to us by Dr. Jess Argarin about the building a better world through sport. Dr. Sam?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And we would like to give this certificate of appreciation. May we read the citation? Saint Soher Banath, MBA Government College of Arts and Commerce, Vernuda, Parnam, Goa, India, Department of Physical Education and Sports, in collaboration with International Association of Physical Education and Sports, Incorporated, present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Jesus D. Argarin for sharing his precious time and effort as a resource speaker during the conduct of international webinar on the occasion of National Sports Day of India with the topic Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic Movement, organized by Saints Sohera Banat, our BA Government College of Arts and Commerce, Vernuda, Burnham, Goa, India Department of Physical Education and Sports, in collaboration with IAPS Incorporated, given this 29th day of August 2021 via Zoom, signed by Lieutenant Dr. Sam Joseph Braganza, College Director of Physical Education and Sports, SSA Government College of Arts and Commerce, signed by Professor Dr. Felipe Rodriguez E. Melo, Principal of SSA Government College of Arts and Commerce, and signed by our very own Associate Professor Dr. Joelson M. Santos, Chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated. Once again, we are giving this certificate to Dr. Jesus D. Argarin. Thank you so much, sir, for discussing to us and giving us the very well presented or presentations. Thank you so much, Dr. Jess.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being part of this webinar.
Thank you, Dr. Jess. And of course, we would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Lieutenant Dr. Sam Braganza for sharing your precious time and effort as chairperson during the conduct of international webinar on the occasion of National Sports Day of India with the topic Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic Movement, organized by Saint Sohiraban at Ambi Government College of Arts and Commerce, Bermuda, Pernem, Goa, India Department of PE and Sports in collaboration with IAPS Incorporated, given this 29th day of August 2021 via Zoom. Signed by Professor Dr. Felipe Rodriguez A. Mello, Principal, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, and our very own chairman of IAPS Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Joelson M. Santos. Dr. Sam, please receive the certificate of appreciation. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the organizers, and thank you, Mark. We call upon the next speaker for today's webinar is none other than our close friend in Goa, in India, Mr. Kennedy De Silva, an outstanding athlete of his time. He's worked as the college director of sports, Goa University, a pioneer to start the course of BPEd, Bachelor's of Physical Education in Goa at Don Bosco's, and still it's the only college that has physical education in Goa and in Goa right now. He's been running, jogging, walking all across Goa to spread the love of sport wherever he goes. He is currently the founder of Karuna Foundation for uplifting women through sports. And as I say, this is a value-based seminar, and I would like to share a few values that this great personality holds. Someone who works backstage and brings others in the spotlight. He is a gem of a person, a happy soul. He will find solutions even in the most difficult of times. He never worries as he knows God is in control. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present you Mr. Kennedy De Silva. Even as his photo shows, he will smile throughout his presentation. Over to you, Sir Kennedy. And yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Dr. Sam Braganza. It's always a pleasure to be in the midst of you. And let me thank, first of all, the S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, Perne. Am I audible, Sam, by the way? Okay.
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Very clear.
Thank you so much. So I really thank the S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, Perne, Goa, and also their associates in this international webinar, the International Association of Physical Education and Sports from the Philippines. And I really want to thank Professor Dr. Philip Rodriguez Mello, the principal of the college in Goa, Dr. Sam Braganza, and not forgetting Dr. Joelson M. Santos, the chairperson of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Sciences. It was a pleasure listening to two speakers earlier. One was Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay, who gave us the keynote address, and also Dr. Jesus Agrain, who just spoke to us a few minutes ago, and initiative taken on the National Sports Day of India. Wishing all Indians a very happy National Sports Day, and also to all our international participants that please continue to pray for India, that we may shine more brightly on the horizon of sport throughout. We know we have people from Philippines, from Thailand, and many of the South Asian countries in this webinar, and from many other parts of the world as well. And it's such a privilege to make this presentation on women empowerment through sports. As rightly Dr. Sam said, that this particular topic for me is very close to my heart. And especially today, on this day, it means a lot more. I will tell you why that a little later. But before that, let me ask Dr. Sam if he can put up the first video, share the first video. That is a video about how we can empower women through sport. So requesting Dr. Sam to please share the first video for us, and then we will take it from there. Yes, you can start it, Dr. Sam. Thank you, Dr. Sam, for sharing that video. I'm sure that many of us have got the idea of what is it's going to be during the next half an hour or so as I speak about various initiatives, most of them case studies, rather than making a PowerPoint presentation. We have in all 4 videos, of which one we have already seen. And I'm sure that video came from the United Nations, basically, and talking about how sport can empower women. But let me take you through the most important thing is through the case studies that I would like to present to you. The first of the case studies that I would like to make is about the recent Tokyo Olympic Games. Fortunately for me, I'm wearing a t-shirt also of the games in Tokyo, and that was possible because my son, my eldest son, was a part of the Olympic broadcast committee in Tokyo in the recent games. And we had this Indian contingent which did its best ever. We had wonderful performances, a lot more encouragement to Indian athletes across different spectrums. But the best thing that happened was about the women from India giving their best. And as a case study, I would like to take you through the Indian women's hockey team. For many, many years, we have struggled. But over the last couple of years, there has been a lot of changes. And I must acknowledge that the government of Orissa and the different agencies, including the Indian Hockey Federation and the Sports Authority of India and other agencies, have tried their best through the Khelo India movement being set up by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in the last few years have brought results as well. So I would like to take you through a video about the Indian women's hockey team that was at the recent Tokyo Olympic Games, which got over about a fortnight back. Though we did not get great honors in that event, however, we were 4th in the women's hockey event that took place in Tokyo. But the best part of this was that we overcame the strong Australian team in the quarterfinals. They were the reigning world champions, and to beat them was something really wonderful. So we'll just go through the lives of just 4 players. In fact, there are about 8 or 9 of them who come from underprivileged and marginalized backgrounds who became a part of the Indian team over a period of time. But the hallmark of the Indian team was its captain herself, Rani Ramphal. We have 4 stories in about 3 minutes in a video that I'm going to make a presentation to you. Hopefully, you would be able to understand all of that. And Dr. Sam will be helping me in sharing that video about the Indian women's hockey team. Friends from all over the world, whoever is on this webinar, I'm sure you will see something wonderful through this case study. So over to Dr. Sam to please share this video with us.
They may not be a household name, but the Indian women hockey squad at the Tokyo Olympics has taken a giant step to correct that anomaly. They have made sure that the current and the upcoming generation of Indian sports lovers will fondly remember how the 16 members overcame adversities, both on and off the field, to create history by reaching the semi-finals for the first time in their Olympic history, after beating powerhouse Australia.
Rani, forward and captain. Daughter of a cut puller. She began playing hockey from the age of 6, with a broken stick. Despite her poverty-stricken childhood, Rani remained focused and convinced her parents to let her play hockey. Today, she's a Junior World Cup bronze medalist, 2-time Asian Games medalist, and has been an integral part of the Indian team which, for the first time in history, qualified for successive Olympics.
Savita Punia, goalkeeper and vice-captain. Savita's grandfather motivated her to take hockey and S.S.A Academy at S.S.A, and initially wasn't too serious about making a career out of hockey. Everything changed when her father spent a significant amount on purchasing a new kit. Today, she's hailed as the Wall of India, clocking over 200 international appearances that included Asian Game medals 2014, 2018, and Asia Cup gold in 2017.
Nikki Pradhan is the first woman hockey player from Jharkhand to represent India in the Olympics. Hailing from an area that is known to be a Naxal stronghold, Pradhan riddled with financial troubles while growing up. Her elder sister, who also played hockey, had worked as a laborer in order to purchase a hockey stick. Pradhan was in and out of the national structure before finally securing a spot in the team in 2015, just in time for Rio, where she became the first player from her state to play at the Olympics. Since then, she has represented the women's team with aplomb at every important tournament. Her father was a police personnel in Bihar and would often stay away from home, while Pradhan's mother would take care for the family farm and the children. Pradhan's mother would usually take her for her hockey training.
माता पिता तो जरूर खुश रहना ही जरूर है खुश रह ओके तो उतने कही कि अच्छा से खेलो अच्छा से रहो अच्छा से जीत हासिल के घर वापस आ
Salima Tete's hockey journey began at a very young age. She was born in the Naxal stronghold, which was also a hockey hotbed of Jharkhand's Simdega. She worked on the family's farm, earned money, and bought a hockey stick for herself. In the absence of proper hockey blades, Tete would use wooden sticks to practice.
हम लोग को बहुत कुछ परेशानी हुई है कहे कि हम लोग के पास पहले बहुत गरीब थे पर मेरी दीदी जब से हॉकी खेलने स्टार्ट किया जब इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर बन गई तब से हम लोग के पास सारा चीज़ आ रहा है पैसा.
Her family back home had been unable to watch her play as the sole TV set in the village had been out of order for years and the internet connectivity stays poor. But a day before the Olympic hockey semi-finals, the district administration installed a new TV set at the native village. Tete's father, who is a farmer himself, played hockey and hence encouraged his daughter to take up the sport.
Thank you, Dr. Sam, for putting up that video for me. I'm sure most of us have watched that all these girls began somewhere in poverty. They are the underprivileged and the marginalized. But most importantly, I would like to say that it's such a privilege for the nation to see such women going up the ladder. Today, they are not only just prominent figures, celebrities in our nation, but they also have enough food to eat. They have good clothing to wear. They have good jobs. Most of them have been recruited in government and also in corporates which care for them. Why is that possible? Only because of the empowerment through sport. I believe that yes, it has been something great that has happened. And yet, we believe that there will be things for the people that, you know, what sport can do is something awesome. I just said some time ago that I have case studies, and today is a very significant day for me in Goa, in India. Why is that? Today, National Sports Day, very significant to all of us. But let me come up with a small video, the second case study of young girls being inducted into a new residential National Girls Football Academy being started in Goa. That's happening. It happened, the girls came in to the academy on the 15th of August, which is supposed to be the Independence Day of our nation. But now, today is the formal inauguration at the hands of some legendary sports women who have played for the nation in football. We also will be having somebody who has been an Arjuna awardee who will be inaugurating this academy in Goa. And let's first have a look at the stories of 3 girls from the 24 of them who are in case study in this topic on women empowerment through sports. Friends, I'm sure you will be able to learn girls, 3 of them, what sports can do to empower women in their lives. May I request Dr. Sam to please share the screen and use put the third video of the Compassion Residential Girls Football Academy in Goa that is being inaugurated 2 hours from now at 4 o'clock Indian time. Over to you, Sam.
News that Ms. Sanjana from our school is selected with a team to prepare her for nationals. Indeed, thrilled by heart. I deeply appreciate the initiative and hard work of Sir Kennedy in reaching out to the least through this creative and goal-oriented endeavor. Given the support, Sanjana surely will shine and reach international levels.
I think the foundation members went to the house of Sanjana Melge, where they met Mother Deepa, the brother Prajwal, and sister Ria. Sam, the mother Deepa explained to the director of the foundation the state of affairs of.
Dr. Sam, we can see the videos, please.
Sir, I was not, wasn't it clear? Wouldn't you be able to see it?
No, that's the reason. Just play. Can we play it again, or do you want me to play it from here?
So because I was not finding, I was not able to play only this video. It opened
I'll
in a
play it
different.
from here. I will play it from here. Okay.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yes, yes.
The news that Ms. Sanjana from our school is selected with a dream to prepare her for nationals. Indeed, thrilled by heart. I deeply appreciate the initiative and hard work of Sir Kennedy in reaching out to the least through this creative and goal-oriented endeavor. Given the support, Sanjana surely will shine and reach international levels.
The foundation members went to the house of Sanjana Melge, where they met the mother Deepa, the brother Prajwal, and sister Ria. The mother Deepa explained to the director of the foundation the state of affairs of the house. They were the father Malappa was earning just an amount of rupees 10,000 per month as a mason working at different places. And because of the COVID, they were going through hard times. But they were very happy that Sanjana was selected to become a part of the academy. Later, the foundation members met Malappa at the site where he was working and explained to him what were the conditions that Sanjana would benefit out of being at the academy, and he was thrilled to understand what all the girl would be looking to in the days to come. The foundation members visited the house of Sia Sawant and met with her family, which stays in a joint family environment. They are closely knit in the family, but because of the father not being alive, the mother has to take up everything. She actually sells bangles in the marketplace, which is their family tradition. However, she makes hardly about 150 to 200 rupees a day selling those bangles. And right now in the COVID, there has been no sale also. So they are actually waiting only for seasonal sales during the festivals that take place in Valpoi. The family was thankful to the foundation for giving Sia an opportunity to be a part of the foundation.
It's indeed a great moment for St. John the Cross High School that one of our students, Fatima Braganza, has been selected by the Corona Foundation. She's a good footballer, a talented young girl, but coming from a family which is marginalized, deprived, I wish her all the best.
The foundation members were taken to a relative's place where they found Agnello, the father, and Rita. They expressed deep anguish about the father's health condition, who gets epilepsy very often and hence has lost his job. They have been getting about 1,500 rupees a month from the government, but which has now also stopped because of the COVID problems. Now it is only through the school's help that they get some dry ration for the house to run on a day-to-day basis. Today, the family looks to Fatima to provide the much needed solace and things that can help them to reach to some levels in the days to come. This is just three of the girls from the academy whose stories we have seen, but most of them have a story. Yes, yes, friends. There are 24 girls from different parts of India, 14 of them from Goa, 5 from Manipur, 3 from Tamil Nadu, 1 each from Kerala and from Maharashtra. All of them have a story. Some of them don't even get, like that girl Sia, her mother earns $2 a day when we talk about international currency in US dollars rate. And she has 6 members in the family to take care of. $2 a day. How will they survive? What will they do? So these girls have been brought to the academy. And for sure, the dream of the Karuna Football Foundation, which I am the director at the moment, is looking at dreams that will India participate in the 2028 Olympic Games, like hockey during the Tokyo Games recently. Will they also be in football in 2028? This is the vision that the Karuna Football Foundation sees, and especially the girls from this academy, even if 1 or 2 of them can make it to that Indian team, will be wonderful because they are from the age category of 12 to 16 years. My humble request to all those 170 plus people on the call today, can you please pray for us that we can give life to these young girls through value education, through vocational training, through school academics, and of course, through quality football training. I'm sure, friends, you know what? Everything that happens is because there is somebody compassionate somewhere. And I believe that if we can show that compassion to the underprivileged, marginalized people, we will have many medals to come in the days for India, not only in hockey, but in every sport. I'm sure my friends in Philippines, in Thailand, and many parts of the world that I have traveled to as well, in my own journey of this sporting career, I have met with several of the South Asian people across during different programs and different conferences and different trainings. I'm actually today feeling that can we empower our women through sport? And I'm sure you have an answer. We would like to see another video, which is the last of my presentations that I would like to make. But before that, just want to, friends, share with you, what is it going to happen to these girls? We have one of the girls in the academy who has lost both her parents during the COVID. We have people who don't even have $2 of earnings a day. Their lives have become miserable because of the pandemic. People have lost jobs. Everybody is in a state of distress, anguish, looking at things. How can somebody help? We had, I think on this call, I have one girl called Akshata Mahale, who is a part of this program today. She happens to be Dr. Sam Braganza's student, and she's attending the call as well. And I know that she was empowered last year through sport, and she could see many things happen in her life because of football. I have myself seen many, many things over the last 50 plus years that sport has helped community transformation. It has brought life changes for so many, not only in their personal lives, but also in their families. We heard the girl from the Indian hockey team who said, we started with a broken hockey stick. Today, we have everything possible. But where do we begin? We begin simply by telling the fairer sex, what we call them as also the weaker sex, that we are standing with you. We are there to support you. We are there to encourage you. Today, the world is in such distress because of rape, because of the things that are going on. I don't want to name all of that, but I'm sure you are all aware, friends, of how the treatment is being meted out to our girls, how they've been considered in villages, in rural areas. Can you and me make a difference? At 4 o'clock this evening, we have an inauguration of the academy. And we believe that there will be changes that will take place in the lives of at least 24 girls in the next 4 years as they participate and get involved through trainings from one of the legendary women from Germany, Heidi Schurman, who is the technical director at the academy. We are looking for support for this, even from our international friends. If somebody is a coach, if there is somebody who wants to get associated with us as partners in knowledge, in sport, in anything, I would like to just interact with you. I would just offer our hand to say that we are in need of you, friends. Please, please do come and support the women in sport. Let's go and look at the fourth video that I have. It's just a small video, about the 5 ways that we can empower women in sport. And Sam, at this time, I will do it myself. I try to do it myself. Okay, so let's see how it goes.
Five ways sports empowers women and girls. 1. Women and girls in sports can defy stereotypes and shift perspectives. 2. Sports can provide a safe and fair environment for women and girls. 3. Successes on the field can raise visibility for women everywhere. 4. When we work together as a team, we learn that we're not alone. 5. Sports can help build confidence to pursue our dreams and become leaders in our communities.
I'm sure if these are the things that can happen into the lives of women and girls, are you ready, my friends? Are you willing? Anything that we can do for our own sisters, our own daughters, our own friends, please take the initiative today. Step up, go, move, and do things that will really make this world a happy place to live in. I'm sure I would have spoken for much a longer time, but friends, if you have questions, we can ask Dr. Sam, how can we go about that, and see what is the best way to look at questions, or even if Dr. Sam, Dr. Mark, or any of you who are on the call wish to make some questions. I don't have all the answers, but I will try my best to at least answer a few, whatever I can. Or I will take your number or your email address and try to answer it in the days to come. But friends, thank you to the S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, Perne, Goa, and especially to Professor Dr. Philip Rodriguez Melo, the principal of the institution, to Lieutenant Dr. Sam Braganza, the Director of Physical Education of the college, who also happens to be a student of mine in the first batch when he started his physical education career. I want to thank the International Association of Physical Education and Sports for this wonderful collaboration with the S.S.A. Government College of Arts. I want to say a big thanks to Dr. Mark Anthony, who has been coordinating in this webinar. Friends from all over the world, especially from South Asia and India, I want to thank you for hearing me patiently. If I have gone wrong somewhere, please forgive me. I would like to say a sorry. For if anything has been hurtful or whatever, let me just say I am really, really sorry. Please forgive me for that. But over to you, Dr. Sam, and there are questions. I will be more than happy to answer them for you. Yes, Dr. Sam.
Thank you very much, sir. Over to Mark. Mark, can you invite the moderator, the coordinator, to please take over and ask for questions if required be? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for that. Our second speaker, Mr. Kennedy De Silva, for sharing to us the discussion or topics about the women empowerment through sports. Mr. Kennedy De Silva is director of John Paul II Foundation for Sports, and thank you, sir, for sharing those videos that shows importance and support of women's in sport. And indeed, sport empowers. We know that sport is empowering, particularly for women, and challenge gender norms. Sport participation offer women an opportunity to build their self-esteem, courage, and self-efficacy. It is a place where they can take up leadership positions, and through sport programs, women's belief in their own ability increases. So this translates into everyday life, and it encourages them to take initiative, raise their voices, and attempt things they never assumed were possible. So when community members see these women achieve in sport, they often recognize their potential to achieve in other domains. So sport is a powerful tool and platform to strengthen social ties, networks, engage the community, and promote positive messages. And Sir Kennedy, we are also praying too for the girls and supporting for the girls in your community in terms of academic and sports. And for that, may we call on Dr. Gina Tugalde Astillero, Professor of Dame University, Assistant Secretary of IAPS Incorporated, to give us our second speaker, the wrap-up highlights, or yes, to ask questions. Dr. Gina?
Yes, thank you, Sir Mark.
Yes, sir.
Please bear with me because as of the moment, we are traveling, and I hope you can hear me clearly. I'm just, though I am just using my mobile data just to be with you, because I can never miss this single moment to be with my second family, of course. All right. So, thank you very much, Sir Kennedy De Silva, for the very informative input regarding women empowerment through sports. You, as the resource person on this particular topic, indeed had projected brilliant knowledge about what you shared, that gender is not a hindrance to excel in sports. Among the salient points, of course, from the sharing of Sir Silva, De Silva rather, sports build confidence, teaches teamwork, builds women's their dreams without the fear of harassment. And he also shared about the recent Tokyo Olympic Games featuring Indian women Tokyo team, no, who excelled in the field of sports in the recently concluded Tokyo Olympic Games. Videos on some case studies on sports featuring women participants. Special mention goes also to the Filipino women athletes, no, who showed excellence in sports. Among them were Heidelin Diaz, a gold medalist in weightlifting, no, and Nesty Peticio, a bronze medalist, no. No, I can say that based on my understanding on the salient points regarding Sir De Silva's talk is actually research on women. Research said that women and girls' participation in sports is an important social and economic empowerment tool because women and girls acquire new professionals, networks, develop a sense of identity, and access new opportunities to become more engaged in school and community life. Then sports also serve as a vehicle to improve women's and girls' leadership roles and participation in decision making, I believe. And sports convene people across borders and communities. Girls' participation in sports can challenge gender stereotypes, all right, and discriminatory attitude. Then we believe that empowering women in sports competition is very important, especially nowadays. Because as I have mentioned earlier, that gender is not a hindrance to excel in sports. All right. So according to Sir Kennedy De Silva, he said that we're gonna step up, go, be excellent in our simple ways. So with this, may I request the audience to, in case there are clarifications regarding the talk, or you have some comments, or maybe violent reaction, should there be, then maybe I can give to you, no, I can let you, Dr. Or Sir Kennedy De Silva, I can we can help him, no, to answer your queries. All right. And with this, I'm very glad to, of course, to have Sir Kennedy with us this afternoon, because despite and in spite of our what do we call this, situations, barriers, etc., then we still have to manage, not to participate in this international webinar on peace and togetherness through the Olympic movement. Sir Mark, thank you very much.
Mark, can I just say a big thank you to the chairperson of this session? She really gave us so much inputs and so many things. I'm really grateful to you, ma'am, for giving your thoughts and ideas and sharing. Dr. Jinnah, really, really happy that you heard me and you have taken serious note of things and you shared them with all of our other participants during this webinar. So God bless you, to the chairperson. Over to you,
Yes,
Mark.
sir.
Over to you, Mark.
Yes, thank you so much, Sir Kennedy and Dr. Gina Astillero, Ate Gina, for that talk and insights and highlights about Sir Kennedy De Silva's um, presentation. Now, let's proceed to the awarding of certificate to our resource person, our second resource. Well, thank you so much once again, Sir Kennedy and Mom Ate Gina Astillero, for the insights and highlights and wrap up for the presentation of Sir Kennedy. And of course,
Yes, Sir Mark.
and may let us proceed to the presentation of the certificate to our resource person. May I read the citation, please? San Sohiro Banat, MBA Government College of Arts and Commerce, Bermuda, Pernim, Goa, India. Department of Physical Education and Sports, in collaboration with the International Association of PE and Sports Incorporated, present the certificate of appreciation to Mr. Kennedy De Silva for sharing his precious time and effort as resource speaker during the conduct of international webinar on the occasion of National Sports Day of India, Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic Movement, organized by Sohiro Banang MBA Government College of Arts and Commerce, Bermuda, Pernim, Goa, India, Department of Physical Education and Sports, in collaboration with IAPS Incorporated, given this 29th day of August 2021 via Zoom, signed by Lieutenant Dr. Sam Joseph Braganza, College Director of PE and Sports, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, signed by Professor Dr. Felipe Rodriguez Imelo, Principal of S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, and signed by our very own Chairman of IEPS Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Jewelson M. Santos. Once again, thank you so much, and please receive the certificate of appreciation, Mr. Kennedy De Silva.
Thank you so much, Mark, and the college, and also a big thank you to the Indian Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated and the S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, Vernoda, Perne, and in a very special way to Professor Dr. Philip Rodriguez Melo, the principal, Dr. Sam Briganza, to Dr. Jewelson M. Santos, and all of you participants. God bless you all. Thank you.
And of course, please receive the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Gina Tugadi Astillero for sharing her precious time and effort as chairperson during the conduct of international webinar on the occasion of National Sports Day of India, Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic Movement, organized by Sant Soheroban at Ambi Government College of Arts and Commerce, Bermuda Pernim Goa, India Department of PE and Sports in collaboration with IEPS Incorporated, given this 29th day of August 2021 via Zoom, signed by Lieutenant Dr. Sam Joseph Braganza, College Director of PE and Sports, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, signed by Professor Dr. Felipe Rodriguez E. Melo, Principal of S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, and signed by our very own Chairman of IEPS Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. G. Wilson M. Santos. So, once again, ma'am, please receive this Certificate of Appreciation, Dr. Gina Asteliero. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Mark, and
Thank
to
you.
my IAPES family.
Yes, thank you so much for that, Dr. Gina. And before we proceed to Okay, so before we proceed to our next or to our third speaker, Dr. Lucia de la Cruz, I think we will have this 5 minutes break. Yes, 5 minutes break to our participants and our guest. So 5 minutes break. And of course, we are reminding everyone that the feedback will be available, right, Dr. Sam? About the feedback link?
Yes.
Okay, so the feedback link is available after the session, the 4 sessions, and reminding everyone to please, in order to get your certificate, please take a selfie or a photo. Yes, in that shows or yes, for the photograph, please provide a selfie with the meeting. So yes, Dr. Sam.
Thank you so much, Mark. You have been such a energetic and very happy, smiling host to this program. As we are into sports, and I'm sure that we, with all the anxiety, enthusiasm, and energy that we have, wouldn't like to sit for long in one place. So y'all can go and have a sip of tea, coffee, juice, or something to bite upon before you come back and join us in 5 minutes. We are not going to waste much time. 5 minutes is what we have for you, so that you can move your leg, make dance a step, or move your hips and turn your wrist and smile. Yeah, smile. It's a good day. It's a beautiful day, and we are all happy to have you here. I'm surprisingly happy to see so many of us here, especially from the Southeast Asian group, to celebrate the National Sports Day of India. And we have some amazing speakers to follow, and it's only been possible because they have made themselves available to us. And I like the way the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporates have gone ahead with the activities so far. And Mark sitting in front of us in the cockpit of the plane, taking over like a amazing pilot, and all of us in his safe care, having a joyful ride. And it's a nice thing to have you all here. So if you allow me, I would also like to sip a cup of water and join you all back fresh and with my smile, if I'm smiling. So, and don't go away. Okay, we want all of you all to encourage the participants and the speakers and the chairpersons who are going to come ahead and speak, because as I said, we have some gems from the from wherever we have picked the best. I'm sure they have done their job, and they will inspire you all in the sessions to follow. So don't go away. We already have 3 minutes left. Thank you.
Yes, that's right, Dr. Sam, that as physical education teachers or educators, we really have to be active, not only today in a webinar, but every day we should be active. That's right, so that we can influence our students too, or our athletes. Yes, that's right, that we are physical education teacher, we must be active every day. And of course we must this holistic develop. Yeah, so that's right. And happy National Sports Day to Indians, or to everyone. Yes. And before we proceed to our two speakers for this afternoon about their topics, the journey of the Olympic stars and fair play and fight against racial discrimination through sports and games. So have time to drink your water, or will make you active for this moment, for this 2 minutes. Okay, before we proceed. So I hope everyone enjoys in this webinar. And as of now, we have 146 participants in a Zoom meeting. So we are very happy and grateful that you are here watching our international webinar. Yes.
As we all know, this is a value-based meeting, a meeting for where we share each other's values, qualities, and values of sports. Let me talk about a few values of Mark. Mark is a very happy young man who has excelled in his profession, and I'm sure by only looking at him across the media which we are using, I can understand is a honest, very happy go lucky person, because I'm sure he has celebrated his birthday with his friends, not his birthday, with his friend's birthday. And I'm sure he loves the time that he shares with friends and family. This is very important quality that we like to share with others. He has the qualities of the willingness to learn. All of us actually have the quality of willingness to learn. That's why we are present here. If we block our minds from learning from others, we wouldn't grow. There is growth possible only when we, all of us, have the willingness or the ability that we sit back and listen to others. So Sir Mark has shown those qualities. He has shown the quality of being very timely. He's punctual, he's been present right from the beginning, and he's been present there. And the way he interacts, he has a beautiful way of communicating. He is rich in communication skills. That's very important for any human being. Even on a sports field, if you do not have communication between two players, you lack on giving a timely pass and execute the required skill to perform on a sports field. So he shows very good qualities of communication. And there will be thousand more qualities that he has of excellence, of performance, of sportsmanship, of character, of honesty, of respect, of brotherhood. But as the few things that I see through this media is what I would like to share, and I'm sure all those people present here will agree with whatever I've said. And I'm sure all of us here are having beautiful talents, God gifted wisdom, which is blessed upon us. And I'm sure we are going to rise up to the occasion and use our potentials wherever we go to the best of our abilities, and to grace God with all the talent that he has bestowed upon us. So Mark, how much time do we have? Or you and I can go on like this forever?
Yeah, I think we only have 1 minute, Dr. Sam. Thank you so much for that. Very approachable, kind, and very talented, thoughtful also, Dr. Sam Braganza, for that. Thank you so much. Appreciated it.
Yeah.
Very much.
Yeah, it's always nice to appreciate someone when it is due appreciation is to be given, because it's very motivating, encouraging for individuals to give their best when they are recognized. And I don't say this out of as if like it's written down and I'm forced to say. I say it with genuine love and concern and appreciation to you, Mark, and to all the members of the IAPS who have given us this wonderful platform to speak, interact, and join hands like a family, like friends, like people all across India, Southeast Asia, or all around the world, to come together and share the little bit of knowledge that we share, that we have. We are almost there and we are about to start soon. Mark, over to you as we introduce the next guests. Uh,
Okay, so I think we should start now, Dr. Sam Braganza.
yes, sir.
Okay, so before that, I would like also Dr. Sam to take this opportunity to thank of course, our chairman in IPS Incorporated, and also my members. So they are very hospitable and very workaholic, dedicated to in their roles as an officer and as a member. We are very grateful for that. That's why this is okay. Let's proceed now. Now, to have to maybe call on our third person, resource person, Dr. Lucia Bacal de la Cruz, an associate professor of the Department of Psychology, University of Makati, to discuss to us her topic about fair play and fight against racial discrimination through sports and games. And once again, let's welcome and give her a round or a virtual applause to Dr. Lucia Bacal de la Cruz. Ma'am?
Hello, hello.
Yes, ma'am. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon. Yeah, I guess it's already afternoon in India. Good afternoon, magandang hapon. It's really a pleasure to be part of this very honorable endeavor. Good afternoon. May I share now, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so to begin with, I wanted to greet everyone in India, especially the educators in physical education, a happy National Sports Day of your beloved country. No, I guess I will be the only one, no, among the speakers who are part of this great activity, who happen not to be into sports. No, I'm a psychologist. I'm a registered guidance counselor, and though I have the personal interest in dancing and basketball, playing basketball when I was still younger. No, when I was, way back on my younger years, I played basketball and I danced so much. But now I am a plain, academician in the University of Makati, a colleague of Dr. Jess Ardarin, okay, the president of IPES. Thank you so much once again. And to begin with, let me greet all the participants, and I would like to give my acknowledgement and recognition to all the officials and the organizers of this event. Okay, so the topic that was assigned, I believe, or requested for me to tackle is on fair play and fight against racial discrimination through sports and games. I understand it's because of my background as a guidance counselor and as a psychologist. This topic is quite really fitted or suitable to my profession. No? And I would like just to update. Yeah, I used to be part of the Department of Psychology of the University of Makati, but as of the moment, I am handling, or I was appointed as the program head of the Center for the National Center for Training, NSTP, National Service Training Program, just recently. Okay, so though I still serve as one of the registered guidance counselors of the University of Makati. To begin with, of course, as a teacher, as an academician, no, I would like to give a brief background, though I know you know it already. Most of you who are in the physical education discipline, I know you are very familiar what a sport and a game is, no? An activity that requires physical effort and ability, and usually with some degree of mental skills, while a game is when two individuals or teams need to play against each other. So a sport become a game or becomes a game when there is or there are two opponents playing to compete. Okay, so they are very much related. They are similar, but not exactly the same, yet they are related. So both sports and games are played on a basis or a basis rather of a set of rules. There's no such game or play or sport without any rules. That's why sports, games, and play teach us to have self-discipline. That's basic. One of the very purposes, one of the basic purposes of a sport, a game, or a play is for the player, the one who is acting as the gamer or the doing the sport, to practice self-discipline. Okay, so for the purpose, as what I have mentioned, for the purpose of sports, games, and play, Wolf and Holmes recommended or proposed for the 5 dimensions of sports, games, and play. So first of all, games, sports, and play aims to build relationships. I believe some parts of my topic had been already discussed partly of the first two speakers, though I will just have mine delivered in a manner that it will be focusing and related with or to racial discrimination, because that's the main focus of my topic. So in building relationships, we meet people and create community through sports, games, and play. Relationship in sport take different forms, teammates, and even rivals. Competition is healthy as long as there will be no presence, or there is the presence of racial discrimination is prevented rather. Okay, so all these are possible because of the inclusive nature of sport and play. Inclusive here means every sport, every game, every play has its own set of rules to follow. Okay, yet it can embody, or it can put different people of different races and cultures together, as long as they are qualified, they have the skills, and they they agree to follow the rules. Okay, that's what inclusive nature is. What is the meaning of inclusive nature of sport? So next one, as part of the purpose or purposes of games or plays or sport, it is for education and learning opportunities. If not, there will be no physical education as a discipline, right? I'm sure most of you who are into physical education profession agree with me. Okay, so sport encourages ongoing education in skill and personal development. Athletes who learn how to perform better also learn how to be better teammates. The previous speakers repeatedly made mention of that. Sports improve one's interpersonal relationship of being teammates, of being co-players, and doing or performing team performances, or the required output to be given as a team or as a group. It offers limitless chances for growth. Yes, well, it's obvious, no? With people with disability now who are engaging themselves into sports, that is the literal meaning of offering limitless chances for growth. So more for the next one, to promote. This is to promote social. I'm sorry, I cannot see my. Okay. To promote social change. Okay, obviously, if an individual managed to develop himself or herself through sports, if in a community, half of the members of the community are into sports and developing themselves through sports, what kind of society or community could we have? You can see, diba? I'm sorry, I have my expression of diba. It's a Filipino expression, right? Okay, right? So sports, games, and play create equal access and equal opportunity for all, and help eliminate discrimination how we wish. But that we cannot perfect that. In the next part of my discussion, we will see, no? And help eliminate discrimination, violence, and abuse. Not if the players or the gamers are the one who are committing abuses. No? That's another thing. This can leverage a platform to advance social change in the areas of civil rights, human rights, peace building, and world affairs. Those have been proven already way back many years ago. No, what sports brought to the humanity. Okay, so next, sports, games, and play contribute, okay, to the individual's health. Obviously, most people engage themselves into sports, games, and play because of their willingness to stay fit and healthy, especially at this moment of our time with almost 1.5 years of experiencing the COVID virus. Okay, by generating physical and mental energy that can be transformed into action, creativity, and innovation, healthy people are able to contribute to improving society by bringing that energy to their families, schools, or workplaces. You know, that's why we cannot say it's just very simple, it's just a small thing. No, because all great things came from the smallest and the simplest things. Okay, then yeah, I agree, it brings joy. You know, when we engage ourselves into sports, games, and play, we feel happy. When we are physically fit, we are happy. When we are with other people doing the same thing, of the same interest, of the type of games that we played, we are happy, right? We're having fun. So regardless of our age, the country in which we live, our physical abilities, sports, games, and play allow us to express ourselves through simple movement. It can improve the human condition when people experience the simple joy of movement. I am, it is a personal experience of mine. When I dance, I feel ecstatic. You know? Well, now, as you can see, I used to be slimmer. Yeah, I'm just trying to justify why I'm a little, you know, I'm a little bigger now, you know, but I used to dance. I used to dance. I used to choreograph dances when I was in my younger years in college, when I was, and well, how many years ago when the last time I danced? Maybe 3 years, no? 4 years. I hope I can still dance. Okay. So now, what sports, games, and play can do in order to battle or to combat racial discrimination. Let me give you a what do you call this? A premise. No? As a Filipino, no? I'm sure if not most of you, some of you are familiar with Manny Pacquiao, our great boxer. Okay, well, recently he lost, but it's okay. No? He had proven himself for so many times. Let me begin discussing this particular part of my topic in giving you an example on how, despite the efforts of so many sportsmen and those many initiatives of the authorities in the physical education, in the sports we call this sector, discrimination is still present through sport. You know, I had this colleague, a friend of mine, who applied in the United States of America to teach mathematics. No, actually, she retired already. No, we're still friends. We still make connections. She taught in the United States in Texas for 2 or 3 years, I guess, and she handled Mexican American, the Latin Americans who were, migrating in the United States, and they were considered as not refugees but immigrants, and they have exclusive schooling, and that was the time when many Asians were recruited to the United States to teach them, because Asians are known to be more patient, right? So this teacher, a friend of mine who happened to teach one of the most difficult subjects in the basic education, mathematics, happened to be bullied by some of her students who were Mexican Americans. You know, one time when Manny Pacquiao had a game in Arizona, in Nevada, where everybody were gathered together in their gymnasium to watch. There is this one student of my friend who whom she met along the hallway of the school, and suddenly whispered on her ears saying, "Fuck you, Filipinos." Excuse me for the term. When Manny, that happened when Manny Pacquiao won. When Manny Pacquiao won, that student of hers came to her, whisper on her ears that very offensive language. "Fuck you, Filipinos." Initially, she ignored. But the next time around, with another game where Manny happened to win again, the same group of students, another student, but from the same group of Latin Americans, Mexican particularly, approached her and told her again, whispered on her ears, "You are nothing but garbage. Manny Pacquiao is a garbage." That's the time she went to the principal's office, reported the incident, and those students were suspended. You see? So after a year, she went back to the Philippines. Maybe she was disillusioned helping those young people because for her, the love of her country should come first. Or maybe she managed to spend, to keep or to save more money and decided not to stay for long. Unlike those other teachers who will, they stayed and applied for immigrant status. Okay, so that's a very example on of how sports or a game or a play can still be a tool of racial discrimination. Yet, we are here, I am here to discuss with you, to give you some insights, some information on how sports games and play battle racial discrimination. Let's just say it's a deconstruction of my discussion. In research, it is more challenging to deconstruct an output than to agree with it. For me as a researcher, actually I'm a researcher myself, and I've been teaching research for so many times, for so many years rather, and I always encourage my students to, instead of agreeing with recently concluded research output, it's better for you to deconstruct. And what I did just a while ago is to deconstruct the common knowledge that sports and games can battle racial discrimination. But since that's my topic, I will proceed with that. So racial discrimination exists when one ethnic group or historical collectivity dominates, excludes, or seeks to eliminate another on the basis of differences that it believes are hereditary and alterable, meaning people who do not practice the same practices we had, who do not have the same faith and belief, tend to be discriminated by us. Let's admit, personal biases are normal. In psychology, it's normal. It's normal we have to have our own personal biases because we came from different cultures, we came from different families. Okay, that's why it's really very difficult to join people with which practices and beliefs are different from ours. But that is where education shall come in. That is where our values as human beings shall come in. How we can control our own behaviors, not to practice discrimination, or not to allow our biases to overcome what is right from wrong. Okay? So racism or racial discrimination is an irrational response to difference which cause some people with white skin to have hateful attitudes to people with black skin, which sometimes lead to violent and evil actions. Basically, racial discrimination has been widely known or became very, very popular because of the or based on the skin colors of people. Of course, historically speaking, no, the United States of America's history, African history, the world history, always focused on the black and white colors of skin of people when we talk of racial discrimination. No? How the blacks became slaves for so many years by the British, by the Americans, etc. Yet, we should not forget that on the case of the Jews and the third Reich, who was popularly led or headed by the great Adolf Hitler. No? Are you familiar with the Third Reich? No? It's where the Ku Klux Klan and Adolf Hitler's what you call this philosophy was founded on. No, have persecuted and killed millions of Jews, not because of the color of their skins, but because many Jews are also, white or fair complexioned people, but because of faith in God. So happened that Adolf Hitler does not have the faith, and he doesn't want other people to have the faith, because for him, he's the superior one or the superior being. No, he compared himself to God, and he doesn't believe in life after death. Okay, so to continue, racism is a product of capitalism. This is the modern, this is now the modern description. No? From the historical, let's go to the modern situation or description of racism, which is a product of capitalism. It grew out of early capitalism's use of slaves for the plantations of the New World. Well, historically speaking, that was the main purpose, no? Yeah, the main purpose of not the main purpose, but the very basic reason why racism became a very big part of the world history. It was the the bringing of the Africans rather to Great Britain as slaves, and later on when the English, the Irish migrated to the United States, they brought along with them their slaves who were Africans. And that is where the African American history in the United States began. Okay, so the first clear evidence of racism occurred at the end of the 16th century with the start of the slave trade from Africa to Britain and to America. So racism was formed by the rich and powerful as an attempt to justify the most appalling and inhuman treatment of Black people in the time of the greatest accumulation of material wealth the world had seen until then. But sad to say, if you have watched some movies like The Color Purple, Black Americans, the African Americans who managed to be rich. I'm just trying to give you an example why racism became very had influenced the lives of so many people in the world. It's not only because of the color of the skin, but instead because of the status in the society, one's status in the society, and that is being wealthy or not being wealthy. Okay, what I was saying is if you will watch one of the few movies that will show you how racism is practiced because of wealth, in The Color Purple, no, even the same blacks, no, Black Americans, the African Americans, they have their own slaves who were also Black. So the color of the skin is not anymore the issue, but the status in the society. So racism is not only focused on a particular type or kind of dimension in a culture. No? It is in a wide scope of dimension. Okay, so to continue, what did they do? No, those in the the authorities, professionals, sports professionals, academicians in the sports sector did. What did they do in order to not, if not totally prevent, stop, but to minimize at least, no, or to help those people who are experiencing or those who will be experiencing discrimination. So for people's initiatives and advocacies, there are so much actually, but I only managed to include some. Okay, so sport brings together millions of people regardless of their sex, color, gender, age, nationality, or religion, and thus has the potential to play an important role in creating an inclusive society. I made mention this during the first part of my talk. Okay, so regardless of where we came from, as long as we have the skills, we are qualified to perform that particular sport, we can. Okay, that makes us part of the inclusive society. Sports activities ranging from the local to the national and international level, embracing leisure as well as competitive sport, can support the integration of migrants and the inclusion and participation in society of persons belonging to minorities. Here in the Philippines, we have that particular game, Olympics, a very simple contest where we encourage, no, some people from the minority groups to join, and not to mention, no, that a student, an individual who were discovered, no, who was discovered by a professional with who what do you call this, who happened to acquire the skills, no matter what you call this, what ethnic group he or she belong, no, she can be part of a bigger inclusive group of a particular game or sport. No? So that kind of initiative, help people, regardless of his or regardless of their status, to be to practice, to show other people what they can do or how they can what talent or skills they have for a particular sport or game. So a very basic initiative. Actually, we are doing that in our schools, right? We don't have to know what provinces or what families a particular student came from, as long as that student has the skill and he is qualified to do a particular game or sport. Okay, so from the basic initiative, no, there are people, or they are engaging and participating in sport events, which can be ideal platform to foster inclusion, acceptance of diversity, and mutual respect while combating racism, discrimination, and exclusion. I'm sure you are familiar with here in the Philippines. I'm not sure in other countries, though I know in some international competition for basketball, they allowed import players, no? American players, especially Black or African American players who are really good, can be invited as import players. So no diversity for that matter. So the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, FRA, as an example, has carried out research in the field of racism, discrimination, and exclusion in sport, focusing on different sports and levels of practice. So this, research is the best tool that we can use in order to come up with measures, guidelines on how we can minimize, not totally prevent. We cannot, I'm sure we cannot, but at least we can minimize the presence of racism, not only in sports or games, but in all the aspects of human lives. Okay, so the findings of this research reveal that there is still a long way to go until sport will fulfill its potentially positive function and convey the values of diversity and social inclusion. Why? just the example that I have given you a while ago about the students of my co-teacher, of my colleague who tried to teach in the United States but had given up. You know, that is a very example of why there will still a long way to go until sport will fulfill its, aim or goal to be a tool in battling or combating racial discrimination. So in relation to that, a number of measures can be taken by relevant stakeholders at EU, the European Union, and national level in order to fight and prevent racism, ethnic discrimination, and social exclusion in sport, and to support and utilize the inclusive potential of sport. But so much had been, so much had changed, or let me correct myself. There had been so much changes, should I say, no? From the white Americans who feel superior about their race, that they are the best and they are the, they are the greatest race on the face of earth. Now, what happened? They also much from the African Americans, their athletes, the African American athletes. Remember, the one of the famous or the initial, the one of the greatest players in the earlier part of the baseball sport or game in the United States was a black or an African American, right? So now they have the great race, the superior race like the Americans and the British had to admit that, it's not the color of the skin, but it's the ability. They have so many famous people, famous citizens with the different colors from them who made their countries great. And that is the best, one of the best results of making sports or games a tool for battling racial discrimination. Okay, so to continue through the FARA, Fair Football Against Racism in Europe, the FRA organization rather, the European Commissioner for Education, John Figel, or Figel, I guess it's Figel, for Education, Culture, and Multilingualism, emphasized that it was vital to encourage grassroots action as part of the campaign. As what I have mentioned earlier, all the great things come from the smallest or simple things. When we manage to make change from the simple or small things going to the bigger or the larger ones, the change is more, what do you call this? The change is more constant or more permanent than having change, having a great change in, in an abrupt manner. I mean, that is based on experience, that is based on my experience as a human being, as a professional, as an academician. All the changes happened, or which began with the smallest or the simplest thing, is more stable than changes that happen overnight, the great change that happened overnight. I'm sure some of you will agree with me. So Figel added that the EU would continue to give its backing to FAIR, or one of the Union of European Football Association main charity partners, and that there would be, or not really he assured, but he promised to support, that even more focused action to achieve what has set out to do. He will, it's to give its backing to FAIR, or which is one of the UEFA's main charity partners, and that there would be even more focused action to achieve what has set out to do. He promised that. And networking is a key part of this, and it's important to see that they are working more closely together. If you will notice, the organization is on football, because let's admit, football is the most popular sport in the whole wide world, as what my 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 grandchild says, no, in a world wide world, it's football in Brazil, it's football in the US, it's football in Europe, it's football in Southeast Asia. When I was still teaching in the Philippine Refugee Processing Center, our Laotians, no, our students from Laos, I taught in the refugee camp, and our students from Laos were were very good soccer players. Barefooted, they play soccer or football barefooted, and they were good. We invited the SAL players before, way back many years ago when I was still teaching in the refugee camp, and they were not able to win over the Laotians who played barefooted. Okay, so oh my God, what happened to my screen? So sport is an important means to promote intercultural dialogue and fight anti-discrimination. Racism and discrimination contradict the core values of sport, obviously. So we should take advantage of the educational power of sport and of its positive social impact. So instead of, dealing with the example that I have given you a while ago about my co-teacher's experience in the winning during the time that Manny Pacquiao was winning from his games. Let's focus more on the positive social impact. In promoting values, the European Union designated 2004 as the European Year of Education through Sports. So EYES or ICE, the European Union, which stands for what is this? The European Year of Education through Sports follow similar principles. Through ICE, the European Union has promoted such values as tolerance, fair play, respect of the rules and of the opponent, and teamwork in the 28 member countries. Okay? So, thank you for this kind of opportunity, that we have this kind of people or these groups who are trying their best, to help out, not only for people to win, not only for players to achieve their goals as players, but to maintain fairness and justice in the middle of unity and success and achievement. The educational value of sport and the use of sports, above all football, is to fight racism and discrimination. These are also the objectives underlined in Article 3282 of the Draft Constitutional Treaty, where sport is mentioned for the first time ever at community level. This is in Great Britain. This is in Europe. No? Then, of course, I was not able to get some data or information from the United States, but it's obvious, no? It's obvious that the United States of America is one of the very first to promote initiatives, okay, and advocacies, not only because, they are considered not the most superior, but because of their image as a country of equality and human rights, no? Equality and practitioner and observant or observers of human rights. No? Well, there's always politics, in that. We cannot deal with that anymore. So sports and game competitions for people with disabilities and the LGBTQ are one of the best initiatives in battling racial discrimination. This is my personal observation and opinion. No? Now with Game Olympics, local and international, for the people with disabilities, the PWDs, and the LGBTQ group, no? the gays, the lesbians. It is very, 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 very obvious that sports and games bring not only unity, but equality among people. Okay? So, this was taken already, I understand, by Dr. Kishore and Dr. Argarin during their discussions, but I just, since it's part of my presentation, let me discuss it or present it in passing, that the history, to to just to give a relation to show how racism was able to be battled, or how sports and games were able to, or are not were are able to battle racism. Let's just give some attention, or let's just allow me to give brief background information, or information about the beginnings of the Olympic Games, though I understand that it was already discussed by Dr. Kishore during his presentation. So the history of the games goes back around 3,000 years to the Peloponnese in ancient Greece. Sports contests organized at Olympia took place every 4 years and acquired the name of the Olympic Games. So Olympia, from a Greek word, no, it was already described or discussed by Dr. Kishore in the earlier part of our webinar. So there's no exact date known when they started, but the date of 776 before Christ is often cited in written sources. The exact reasons for the birth of the games are still unknown, as history has become mixed up with mythology. Yes, if you will read it, you will find out that it was Zeus, it was Mercury, etc. All those Greek gods and goddesses who were who were remembered, or who were offered by the Greeks to all their initiatives, no, all their efforts, no. They offered those for their gods and goddesses. Then the 4-year interval between the ancient games editions was named an Olympiad. Obviously, that's why the Olympic Games happened every after 4 years and was used for dating purposes at the time. Time was counted in Olympiads rather than years. So that is where our practice in the Olympic Games came from. And in 1894, the Honorable Pierre de Coubertin, I'm sorry, Pierre de Coubertin. Pierre de Coubertin launched his plan to revive the Olympic Games, and in 1896, the first games of the modern era were held in Athens. Well, maybe to honor the place where the Olympic became an inspiration. Okay, Pierre de Coubertin. Please excuse me for not pronouncing it correctly. I was not able to practice it. No? Coubertin. Okay. So Baron Pierre de Coubertin, the founder of the modern Olympic Games, said that the most important thing in the Olympic Games is not to win, but to take part. Just as the most important thing in life is not the triumph, but the struggle. The essential thing is not to have conquered, but to have fought well. As the saying goes, experience will always be the best teacher. It's not the winning, it's not the, whether you were able to bring home the medals, but the experiences you collected or you acquired during the process of the game or the play. Okay, because those are the things which will guide us, in the future. Okay, so I really agree with the Coubertin about his idea on the purpose of the Olympic Games. Okay, so at the opening ceremony, to continue, one athlete from each country takes an oath, which represents the meaning of the modern Olympics. In the name of all competitors, this is their oath, I promise that we shall take part in these Olympic Games, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them in the true spirit of sportsmanship, for the glory of sport and the honor of our teams. So it's the rules. It will always be the rules which will make people to work together as one. In the absence of any rules, it's chaos, of course. Okay? So, in addition to this, no, another initiative was done or is being done rather by the International Olympic Committee or the IOC. Okay? I'm sorry, I'm not yet done. I was, okay. IOC established by United Nations in 1960, where this day marks the need to continue to tackle racial discrimination, xenophobia, hate speech, and hate crimes ever present across the world. Through a long-standing partnership with the United Nations, the IOC has been using sports to unite individuals and communities amidst their diversity and promote a culture of peace and humanity. Okay, with the president of the IOC, Thomas Bach, who shared that we believe in the power of sport to build bridges between communities, and the Olympic Games are the embodiment of how sport can help stand up against racial discrimination and unite people from all walks of life. To add, practicing sport without discrimination of any kind is a human right and a fundamental principle of the Olympic movement. Okay, that's from the IOC president. Moreover, in February, the 2020, I guess, the IOC strengthened its stance on human rights as part of the implementation of Olympic Agenda 2020. And following consultations with the Sport and Rights Alliance, the S.R.A., the leader of the Olympic movement adopted new procedures and made changes to the host city contract for the Games for the coming 2024 Olympic Games to include a section designed to strengthen provisions protecting human rights in the context of the organization of the Olympic Games. This is a lot of improvement from the period of slavery until this time, right? Okay, so now the last part, I am on on my last part of presentation and discussion. I just wanted to share the top 10. You know, I was encouraged to present this because, you know, we're talking of sports initiatives, but in combating racial discrimination, and this top 10, they call this top 10 or 10 greatest sport events, or the world's major sporting events, happen to be watched, followed by millions of people around the world. I am a basketball enthusiast, of course, though happen to be that the NBA is only on the 10th place of the greatest 10 sports events in the world. So NBA, as a widely considered our premier men's professional basketball league in the world, is an active member of USA Basketball, USAB, which is recognized by FIBA, FIBA as the national governing body for basketball in the United States. The NBA is one of the 4 major North American professional sports leagues. The league was founded in New York City on June 6, 1946 as the Basketball Association of America. I understand my dear friend, my good friend, Doc Jess Argarin made mention of some of the greatest sports events already in his talk. But in my case, I'm showing you the ranking, you know, the manner that which is more popular than the other. Okay, and again, I'm doing this because I want to, maybe some of you or most of you know it already, but just to make sure that we are aware what are these sports events that make people in the different parts of the world come together, watch, shout, cheer, and have fun all together. Okay, and you know, if that happens, I don't think discrimination will have a big chance to be present. Okay, even with bet, it's okay because it's fun to have bet, right? Unless you make it a business. Ow. Unless you make it a business. Okay, so next is the Formula One. the racing, car racing game or sport, which is a truly global sport with many racetracks around the world, all the way from Monaco to Singapore. A Formula One race or Grand Prix is a sporting event which takes place over 3 days, usually Friday to Sunday, with a series of practice and qualifying sessions prior to a race on Sunday. The Brazilian Grand Prix is one of the most memorable events as it has seen a multitude of tight races. Okay, well, I'm not a fan unless it's in the movie of Fast and Furious. Wow, I'm just having a commercial. Okay, maybe you're all asleep now. No? That's a break. The Fast and the Furious. Okay, I'm not very familiar with this kind of sport unless it's in a movie. It's in a movie. Yeah, I'm an avid movie watcher. Then the Rugby World Cup is an international rugby union competition organized by the International Rugby Board and held every 4 years since 1987. The current model of tournament features 20 nations competing over a month in the host nation. There are 2 stages, a group and a knockout. The winners are awarded the William Webb Ellis Cup. The New Zealand are the current holders, or New Zealand is the current holders, having won the 2015 Rugby World Cup in England. The host for 2019 will be Japan, or well, was Japan. Okay. Then we have the France de Tour. Okay, the Tour, or Tour de France rather. The Tour de France is an annual multiple stage bicycle race primarily held in France while also occasionally making passes through nearby countries. The race was organized in 1903 to increase paper sales for the magazines El Auto. So obviously it's marketing, for marketing purposes. The tour originally ran around the perimeter of France. Cycling was an endurance sport, and the organizers realized the sales they would achieve by creating supermen of their competitors. The modern tour typically has 20 daily stages and not more than 3,500 kilometers. The shortest and longest tours were 2,428 and 5,745 kilometers in 1904 and in 1926, respectively. In the Philippines, we have our own, what do you call this? Tour in the Philippines. It covers the whole the whole Luzon. If you're familiar with the map of the Philippines, we have the Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Our tour of the Philippines will begin in Luzon, then later on they will be brought in Mindanao. The whole Philippines for weeks. No, we had that. Of course, because of the pandemic, it is temporarily canceled. Okay, so next is the sports of the elite. The sixth of the greatest sport events is Wimbledon. Also is the oldest tennis tournament in the world. That makes it the most prestigious event in tennis. It has been held at the All England Club in Wimbledon, London since 1877. It is one of the 4 Grand Slam tennis tournaments. The other 3 majors being the Australian Open, French Open, and US Open. Wimbledon is the only major still played on grass. The game's original surface, which gave the name its original name of lawn tennis. Wimbledon probably has the biggest following because it is soaked in history and tradition, not to mention that it's the game of the royal family members. Okay, I tried that game when I was in college, but it's very difficult because during that time the racket that we had was still the wooden racket, which is heavier than me. I was so tiny. My racket is very heavy. I was not able to, I have to make use of my 2 arms and hands in order to hit back the ball. I stopped. I said no. Then I went to play basketball instead, and to continue doing to be a cheerleader. Okay, I told myself tennis is not for me. Though basketball, well, I was able to play guard, because I ran fast. I can bring the ball down without any one of them interfering me because they are tall. They were tall. I was a little small and very fast. So I can bring the ball on our goal on our side without any disturbances. No, that's why they call me, instead, my nickname is Lot, but they call me Loot because I can, I can get a ball from tall players without them noticing me. Another commercial, because maybe you're sleeping. Okay, I told my friend, how can I make jokes in straight English? It's difficult to make jokes in straight English. If I'm delivering this talk in Filipino or in mixed English Filipino, I have so many extra, not stories, but simple, funny quotes that can make you feel alive. I know the feeling of listening to so many talks. I know that. So I hope you are not feeling asleep, or you are not falling rather asleep while we are doing our duty to all of you. Okay, thank you. Anyway, so for the last few, the Super Bowl, which is another football, is the annual championship game of the NFL, the famous NFL, the highest level of professional American football in the United States, culminating a season that begins in the late summer of the previous calendar year. American football Super Bowl is easily the greatest, sport events and television event in the United States. Last year, not really this year. I mean, this source, I believe, is during the 2019 or 2020, prior to the pandemic. Last year, the Super Bowl drew 111 million viewers. Therefore, the Super Bowl is essentially watched by everybody in America. With the NFL International Series in place, football's popularity is increasing all around the world, especially in England, Canada, and Mexico. Okay? Then, this one. I asked my kid last night, I'm not familiar with this game. Then my daughter told me, Mommy, it is called the ball and bat game. Imagine, my daughter, my 23-year-old daughter, is familiar with the game. So the ICC Cricket World Cup is the premier international championship of cricket, of men's one-day international cricket and T20 cricket. T20 is the shorter, is a shorter period. It is in a shorter period. No, it's not as long. It's not as long as the one-day international cricket competition. The event is organized by the International Cricket Council, the ICC, with preliminary qualification rounds leading up to final tournament, which is held every 4 years, and after every 4 years for T20. Okay, so. Okay, so T20 is what I've said, is a shortened game format of cricket. At the professional level, it was introduced by the England and Wales Cricket Board in 2003 for the inter-county competition. So, it's a mini cricket. Okay, the tournament is the world's fourth largest and fourth most viewed sporting event. How come? I asked my daughter, how come it's very famous and yet I'm not familiar with it? Meaning, I have my own priorities. I'm sorry. The first Cricket World Cup contest was organized in England in 1975 and T20 in South Africa in 2007. You know what interests me about this particular presentation? The picture. Look at the picture of the players of cricket. They are united. These people compose the United Nations, right? Obviously. Okay. And all of them, all those people from the different parts of the world, play or have interest of the same kind of sport, and that is cricket. Okay. Now, for the next, the Union of European Football Association. Again, football, you have noticed, no? Football is the most famous. Actually, three kinds of football cups or games, no? Which happen to be the most famous or the most watched sports or games in the world. The UEFA Champions League, originally known as the European Champion Clubs. If US has an FL, European, or Europe has the UEFA of European Cup, and has its annual Continental Club football competition organized by the UEFA since 1955 for the top football clubs in Europe. It is one of the most prestigious tournaments and the most prestigious club competition in European football. Similarly, the world's best soccer leagues are in Europe, and once a year, the two best European clubs square off in the biggest association football match of the year. There's something wrong with this sentence. I'm sorry. It's the Super Bowl of soccer, except it features the two best teams in the continent, possibly the world, rather than just one country. So, football happened to be the most shared sports or games of the different races, the different nationals, the different citizens of the world. Then, the second to the last is the Olympic Games. Olympic Games are the major international events. It is one of the greatest sports events. It features summer and winter sports in which thousands of athletes participate in a variety of competitions. It is one of the world's famous sports competition with more than 200 nations participating. The games are currently held biennially with summer and winter Olympic Games. Alternating, thus they each of this happening occur every 4 years. Every 4 years, as you know, based on the where the Olympics was patterned after the Olympiad, no? Which means every 4 years, every after 4 years. Okay, in 33 different sports and nearly 400 events. The first, second, and third place finishers in each event receive Olympic medals, the gold, the silver, and the bronze. Recently, we had the gold for our weightlifter, Hidilyn Diaz, no, the Philippines. The first time won a gold for weightlifting in women's division by Hidilyn Diaz. We're very proud of that. And then the highest ratings of viewership was recorded during the 2008 Beijing Olympics, where 30.6 million people witnessed the events during the first 2 days. The Beijing 2008 Olympics. And for the top one, again, it's football. So there are 3 football events in the whole world, which are the most watched or most accommodated or most what do you call this well known to the different kinds of nationalities and game enthusiasts in the whole world, on the face of the earth. The greatest sport event is the Federation International de Football, FIFA World Cup. It is an international association football competition contested by the senior men's national teams of the members of FIFA, the sport's global governing body. The championship has been awarded every 4 years since the inaugural tournament in 1930, except in 1942 and 1946 when it was not held because of the Second World War. It was also mentioned by Dr. Jess a while ago. The last champions are Germany, who won the 2014 tournament. The current format of the tournament involves 32 teams competing for the title. Almost half the world tuned in at home to watch the 2014 FIFA World Cup Brazil. Okay, so those are the 10 greatest or top sports events in the world, which is being watched by millions of people. Now, to end my quite long talk or presentation, let us ponder on this. These are the insights that I have gotten from the presentations, the discussions that I shared with you. Those sports and games are known to be an effective bridge to racial differences. It can still be a tool for discrimination and the practice of cultural biases because of its competitive nature. Because, especially games, it's for competition purposes. It's really very difficult to prevent discrimination. That's why we really have to be on guard, especially the players and the coaches. No, you really have to be on guard. It is the element of competition that brings discrimination even among the players or the members of each team. Okay, we cannot perfect the situation. Racial discrimination in bigger or simpler manner would still happen. But with people like you who are happy to live and coexist in a just society like us, it is not impossible to spend one's life in harmony with others regardless of our race, our beliefs, our status in life, our interest, and the rest of the existing differences among us, human beings. And it is good to know that through fair play, games, and sports, people learn how to understand and accept others who are different or very different from them. Because each one of us is unique. That's why we are different. Yet, from our uniqueness, we find ways to unite, to understand, and to play let us live and let others live. From there, maraming salamat po. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. And in Filipino, we say it, mabuhay po tayong lahat. Let's all live and let live. Good afternoon.
Wow, thank you so much to our third speaker, Dr. Lucia B. De La Cruz, from University of Makati, for discussing to us, ma'am, a fair play and fight against racial discrimination through sports and games. That's very informative and fruitful discussion, ma'am. Very well presented. And all the great things comes from the small things. That's right, ma'am. And let us live and let others live. And the one that you are mentioning a while ago, ma'am, about that is Atlantic slave trade, I guess, about the racial discrimination, ma'am. So I also have read it, ma'am, about the Middle Passage, which is the longest part of the journey formerly made by slave ships, and that Africans densely packed on the ships were transported across Atlantic to West Indies. And that's very interesting, ma'am, because uh, it has 3 to 4 million died on board due to that overcrowding and starvation. Wow, that's very nice, ma'am. And thank you so much once again, ma'am, for that very informative and fruitful discussion. Thank you so much, ma'am. About the fair play and fight against racial discrimination through sports and games. Once again, everyone, let's have a virtual clap to Dr. Lucia B. De La Cruz of Associate Professor, Department of Psychology of University of Makati. Thank you so much, ma'am. And Dr. Sam?
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am De La Cruz. And it was nice to listen to you speak on this wonderful topic of yours. And I'm sure there is a very capable chairperson of this present session who is going to sum up of the activities that you have spoken about. Dr. Benu Gupta, who is a well-known personality in India, she has been an excellent academician and a sports person right from her school days, and currently the associate professor and head department of physical education and sports sciences of in the University of Delhi. She's the principal investigator and is very much interested in research. She has a lot of publications in her name and authored many books at the national and international level. She is the director of advanced sports management course under the aegis of the Indian Olympic Committee. She is a coordinator of the Olympic Value Education Program India, and which is the under the aegis of the International Olympic Committee and the Indian Olympic Committee. She's the first woman in India to be part of so many great organization events like the Commonwealth Games or the international boxing events, and she's been doing so well for our country at the grassroots level. An honor to have someone like her present on this webinar, and I'm sure she like Madam De La Cruz is of the same type who would enjoy dancing with their students, having a good time and sharing so much of love and enthusiasm wherever they are. And as I know her, she is very humble and down to earth, loves what she does at the grassroots level, always supportive and encouraging everyone she meets, and looks and requests others to work towards excellence. She always is ready to take responsibility, and she leads from the front. A loving daughter, a wife, and a mother. And I welcome Dr. Benu Gupta, ma'am, to just wind up this brilliant session taken. And yeah, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sam, for such an humble introduction of mine. And I would like to thank, first of all, to your institution, the esteemed institution, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, Moda, and of course to you, Sam, for inviting me to join all of you on this platform. In fact, you wrote that I'll be chairing this session, but to be very frank, listening to Dr. De La Cruz was something, a treat for me on this National Sports Day of our country. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Dr. De La Cruz, actually, I would not repeat anything because whatever you shared with us with such wonderful examples of the live events has really brought us a kind of, you can say, brainstorming and enthusiasm. I mean, injected so much energy in all of us. I'm sure that each participant have enjoyed it a lot. And in fact, especially, I would say that, yes, I agree and endorse what you have said, that sports is the one platform which really imbibe and tell us how to bring harmony, how to bring equality. And when we are on the play field, that is the one way where we really forget about what is caste and creed or what is racial. That is something when we read and get to know about news, that there is something called racial problem. But when we are on a sports field, we really forget about everything else. We land up as a humans, as a participants. And you have really brought it so well in your talk. It was my hard luck that I joined a little late because I was talking in some other session. But from where I joined, it was something like that. Oh shit, I missed something what she started actually. So thank you so much, Dr. De La Cruz, and I will really look forward for your involvement with our activity which we are doing on the root level in our country. And I'm sure that you will be happy to join hand with us on this issue, because recently I have concluded one of the research work under Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports of our country, in which actually we worked upon with all our international players. Many of them has actually recently won medal also in Olympic Games in hockey team as well as on the individual events also. And we were working on omitting the disparities along with their profiling, their individual mental status, and their emotional involvement with keeping things out of discriminations. And you have really pointed out so well about this, that we must fight against it. Ratios and the examples which you gave on the top 10 great events, that actually are the motivational for all of us. And we really look forward to work together for that on the root level. Thank you so much, Dr. De La Cruz. And it was, once again, I'll say it was a treat for us.
Meeting you, Doc. It's an honor meeting you. I hope I can still be part of some of your efforts and endeavors in the future. Yeah. I'm willing to be, especially in research, I'm willing to be part of any endeavors that you're going to have. Thank you very much, Doc Sam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And once again, I'll say thanks to Sam and the entire team, Mark and everybody, for bringing us together to share our thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am De La Cruz. Thank you, Dr. Benu, ma'am, for being part of this humble webinar that we are having. Wishing you all the best in your future endeavors. May you shine brighter, both of you all, wherever you all go.
Sam, I just want to say one sentence, if you allow me.
Yes, please, ma'am.
Yeah. All the participants wish you a very happy National Sports Day. And I look forward to see all of you somewhere, somehow shining with your thoughts, what you are taking up today, the message with you. Have a nice day and have a nice year ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Sam.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Lucia Bacal de la Cruz of University of Makati, Associate Professor, Department of Psychology, and of course to Dr. Bernu Gupta, Associate Professor of Department of PE and Sports, Delhi University. Now, ma'am, we are going to proceed to the certification or certificate, giving of certificate to our very own or yes, to our speaker or third speaker. So may I read the citation, ma'am? San Soherobanat, Ambeye, Government College of Arts and Commerce, Bermuda, Pernem, Goa, India, Department of PE and Sports in collaboration with IAPS Incorporated, present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Lucia Bacal de la Cruz for sharing her precious time and effort as the resource speaker during the conduct of international webinar on the occasion of National Sports Day of India, Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic Movement, organized by San Soheronabat Ambi Government College of Arts and Commerce, Bermuda, Pernim, Goa, India Department of PE and Sports in collaboration with IEPS and Sports Incorporated, given this 29th day of August 2021 via Zoom. So signed Lieutenant Dr. Sam Joseph Berganza, College Director of Physical Education and Sports, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, signed by Professor Dr. Felipe Rodriguez E. Melo, Principal, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, and signed by our very own Chairman of IEPS Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Jewelson M. Santos. Once again, ma'am, thank you so much for that very informative and fruitful discussions, Dr. Lucia Bacal de la Cruz.
Thank you too, Sir Mark. Nice meeting you and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Hoping for the next webinars.
No problem, sure.
Yes, ma'am. And of course, we would like to present this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Benu Gupta for sharing her precious time and effort as chairperson during the conduct of international webinar on the occasion of National Sports Day of India, Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic Movement, organized by San Soheronobat Ambi Government College of Arts and Commerce, Bermuda, Parnam, Goa, India Department of PE and Sports in collaboration with IAPS Incorporated, given this 29th day of August 2021 via Zoom, signed by the Lieutenant Dr. Sam Joseph Braganza, College Director of PE and Sports, S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, signed by Professor Dr. Felipe Rodriguez E. Melo, Principal of S.S.A. Government College of Arts and Commerce, and signed by our very own Chairman of IAPS Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Jivelson M. Santos. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Benu Gupta, as our chairperson. To our third speaker, Ma'am Lucia Bacal de la Cruz.
Thank you so much, Mark. I'm really humbled by receiving it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Benu, and hoping for more. See you for more webinars, ma'am, for the upcoming webinars.
That will be my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And once again, we have 154 participants. And reminder about our participants here in Zoom meeting and even in FB Live, that a feedback form will be provided at the end of the final or fourth session. That is by 2:30 p.m. India time and 5 p.m. in the Philippines. And you need to fill in the feedback form, for which you will also be asked to upload a selfie of yourself attending the webinar. The feedback form is available to you to be filled for only an hour after receiving. So once again, thank you so much. And back to you, Dr. Sam.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for the conduct of the event so far. We are doing a good job thanks to you and the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporates. Now, the next resource person, the fifth and final resource person, is my very own friend, my brother, my colleague. We have done our education and qualifications together. We have been moving around, doing things that we like to do in sports, like always. I'm proud to have with me Michael Victor Dias. He's been a ranker at his bachelor's degree and my colleague at my we did our master's degree together in Kerala University, PhD in physical education at Nanded University. His sports achievements goes far and long. He's been representing the universities in Goa and Kerala in games like football, basketball, volleyball, and he's been doing excellently well as a coach manager. He's been a qualified WA BC level 1 basketball coach, and he's doing that with utmost love and care for his players and students. Currently the college director of physical education at S.S.A government at SS Dempo College, Panjim Kujira. To speak more about him, he has a strong faith in God. He is a great inspiration to his friends, a role model to his students. Values of honesty, hard work, love for his fellow being is very easily seen in this personality. And he is known to be his best no matter what he does, as a teacher, as a coach, as a sportsman, as a friend, as a son, as a father, or as a husband. He is always being doing his best. I welcome my friend Michael Victor Dias to this platform. He will be using my own profile to share this presentation, so I would request him to take over. Michael, तू अपनी वीडियो ऑन करून देता स्क्रीन. Rama, boss तू काय ना. Mark, is the PPT visible? Is the presentation
Yes,
visible?
Dr. Sam, we can see the presentation.
Yes.
Yes.
Good day to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Sir Michael.
Yes,
You're
thank
audible.
you. First and foremost, I wish each and every one of you a wonderful National Sports Day of India. And I would like to thank the organizers, the whole team, and in a very special way, Lieutenant Dr. Sam Joseph Braganza, for the initiative and the invite that is given me to speak here. Before I begin, I would like to take this opportunity to thank and praise God for the gift of life and for providing for my every need. It is because of his protection, mercy, and grace that I'm still alive today, especially after COVID hit my family recently. Our Lord God Almighty rescued me from the jaws of death, and all I can ever say is thank you, Lord. As I sing a couple of lines, I invite each of you to join me in thanking God for all the wonderful things he does in our lives. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for all you've given to me, for all the blessings that I cannot see. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Each of us on this planet Earth began the journey from our mother's womb. It was a journey of action and struggle for survival. The strongest and the fastest of the sperm cell got to meet the egg cell. We all know what happened after that. The wonder and magic of you and I were born. What about our life outside the comfort of our mother's womb? Did we struggle? Was there any competition? Oh, yes. Did we come first in whatever we set out to do? Some of us will say yes, while some may say, I completed the task. Still others will say, I survived. But I'm sure there will be a few among us, if not all, who will say, I just did not complete my task, but am also helping others around to make their journey worthwhile. They are the ones who make this world a better place for you and for me to live in. The Olympic movement headed by the IOC is also an effort towards a better world. It is built on three core values of friendship, respect, and excellence. The Olympic Games, which comes once every 4 years, is the mega event focusing on those values. We celebrate and cheer for the Olympians who finish their events with excellence, no matter how they are placed in the results. These are the words of Baron Pierre de Coubertin, the founder of the modern Olympic movement. He said, the important thing in life is not the triumph, but the struggle. The essential thing is not to have conquered, but to have fought well. So sometimes in life, when we do not get to stand on the podium or be in the limelight, don't worry, take heart that you gave your best and in fact, helped those running in the same race, taking the first place by pushing them to give their best. Let us now look at some of the stars and legends of Olympics, their achievements and their struggles that inspire us, encourage us to excel and give our best wherever we are in our journey of life. Jackie Joyner Kersey. She was born and brought up in an underprivileged neighborhood of East St. Louis, Illinois, USA. She suffered from exercise-induced asthma, but overcame all that to be the legend that she is today. She retired from competitive sport at the age of 38, but soon took up her next mission to make a difference in the lives of others by starting the Jackie Joyner Kersey Youth Center Foundation. It helps underprivileged kids in her hometown to get involved in sports and live a better life. Michael Fred Phelps. We all know and will not argue that he is the greatest Olympian of all time. His sheer number of medals speak for itself. But life was not all that easy for him. At age 7, his parents got divorced, and he grew up with his mother and 2 elder sisters. At grade 6, he was diagnosed with ADHD, attention deficiency hyperactivity disorder. To keep him busy, his mother enrolled him to join his sisters at a local aquatic club. He felt free in the water. In fact, as soon as he learned to swim, he felt in control of his life for the first time. At age 15, he represented USA in 2000 for his first Olympics, but did not win anything. He came back again stronger in 2004, and there was no stopping him, winning medals one after another. He started the Michael Phelps Foundation, which helps kids with ADHD and learning differences to have a better shot at life. Usain St. Leo Bolt was born in a small town in Jamaica to parents who ran a local grocery store. He loved to play soccer and cricket until he took up running and decided to give his all. At age 16 and 17, he broke the world 200 meters junior record. He was chosen to represent Jamaica at the 2004 Olympics in Athens, but did not qualify for the finals. In 2005 World Track and Field Championship, he came last in the race. It is here that life had better ideas for him. In fact, his own decision. He came back home and started his journey once again with dedicated training. The rest is history. He went on winning and smashing one record after another. His Usain Bolt Foundation has joined forces with IAAF to promote athletics for a better world. Marit Bjorgen is a top champion of the Winter Olympics. In her first two Olympics in 2002 and 2006, she won just one silver each in either of the Olympics. But her sight was on the gold medal. She won not just one, but 8 gold medals in the next 3 Olympics. She is a perfect example of perseverance and motivation. Balbir Singh Dosang, or whom we well known as Balbir Singh Senior, spent much of his early childhood without his father, who was a freedom fighter and was frequently jailed. Balbir decided to represent the nation in hockey when, as a 12-year-old, he watched India lift their 3rd Olympic gold medal in 1936. As a player, manager, or coach, India never missed the podium when Singh was involved. The hockey legend, whom we celebrate today, was an epitome of perfection, which came from hours and hours of practice. He was drawn towards hockey at a very young age, and like his father, joined the army at the age of 16. He continued to play his favorite sport there. He would play and practice hockey after his duty hours under the moonlight, which earned him the name Dhyan Chand. His original name was Dhyan Singh. Chand means moon in Hindi. We have seen the journey of these few Olympic stars. How did these champions make their dream a reality? Yes, their talent and hard work certainly matter. However, it was their ability to set goals and achieve them. Their single focus on the goal helped them go through all hardships, sacrifices, and tough training to achieve glory and be the legends of the sport. Earl Nightingale, an author, said, "People with goals succeed because they know where they are going." This is what Albert Hubbard wrote while describing failure. He said, "Many people fail in life not because for lack of ability or brains or even courage, but simply because they have never organized their energies around a goal." So what is goal setting? It is the first step in turning the invisible into visible. I'm sure many of you have been in a flight, and if you were the privileged one sitting at the window, Sit, and in the night time when the flight lands, you can see those lights or the marker lights for the flight to land. This is exactly what goal setting does. They are like those lights to help you reach your destination, to help you, to guide you where to land. So what is the first step in goal setting? It is set a goal. Let the goal be your own. Do not let someone else make the goal for you. Set goals big and small. You may ask me, how big should the goal be? There's a saying, if your goal do not scare you, they aren't big enough. Ambitious goals make for outstanding achievements. The bigger the goal, the more effort. Set goals for different areas of your life. Career, professional, your financial, your family. Let me tell you why. The person we celebrate today died in poverty with no money for his treatment. I know it is a sad situation, but this is what, when we set goals for our life or when we help those entrusted to us in the field of sports or in the other fields of life, to guide them to set goals for the different areas of their life, whether it is financial, spiritual, social. We need to set goals for the different areas of our life. Set goals that are SMART. SMART stands for specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. Set goals that will guide you, your steps, what next to take. Let your goals be based on performance and not outcome, not on the result, but your process. For example, you are a high jumper. You set a goal. If you've been jumping 1.50 meters, you set a goal of 1.60 meters. Your performance goals, not winning the medal, but your performance goals. And concentrate on the process, your style of jumping, the approach run. Next thing you need to remember is you have to write it down. It is good habit to write down your goals. Alexandra Reisman, American gymnast and a two-time Olympian with 3 gold medals, when she was a little girl, wrote in her summer camp yearbook that she would grow up to be an Olympic gymnast. Michael Phelps, at 10 years, wrote a set of goals. At the top, I would like to make the Olympics. So is goal setting over with just writing down your goal? No, make a plan. A goal without a plan is just a wish. So make plan, your short term and your long term. Let your smaller goals be your short-term plans. List the steps that you would need to reach your goal. You must have plan A, plan B. I say plan B because you need to anticipate obstacles. Obstacles of injury, obstacles of difficulty, accidents, pandemic. You need to anticipate, be prepared, have plan B. I'm sure all the Olympians at the recently held Olympics, it was supposed to be held last year, but they had to sustain their training, their performance for another year. So you need to anticipate obstacles. Be ready for any eventualities. Identify sources of help and support, people that will be able to train you, guide you, support you, whether financially, emotionally. Our families have always been a backbone of support for each and everyone. Establish checkpoints to know whether you are going on the right track towards your goal. So let the goals, the smaller goals that you set along the path, be your checkpoints. This is the difficult part. Get to work. You may write your dreams, your goal. You may list down the steps, have a plan. But if you do not start working towards it, it's all a failure. Set daily, weekly, monthly targets. Checkpoints, as I said earlier, should be a method for you to evaluate your progress, to know that you're on the right track. Stick to it. Perseverance is the key. I shared about Marit Bjorgen, the first two Olympics. She came with just one silver medal, but then she sustained training for another 4 years to compete at the next Olympics and the next after that and the next after that. It was all perseverance personified. People around you will say, why? Why are you doing it? But then this will be the same people that will ask you, how did you do it? You see the people that surround the ones who win the medals on the media or wherever, they attract bees like honey. So stick to it. As I said, perseverance is the key. And there is something to help you out. Keep your single focus on the goal. In Mumbai, the olden days, they used to have these tangavalas or the horse chariots to ferry people around the city. These horses have kind of a bands to cover their eyes on the side so that they don't get distracted and just keep focus on the path ahead. So same way, let our focus be on the goal and not on the distractions around. Video. We will now watch a small video of Usain Bolt. Okay, I request Sam to just help me out. Give me a moment. We're sharing the video. Can you all see it?
Yes, sir.
Shoulders down. That's it. dying. I think a lot of people just, they see you run and they say, oh, it looks so easy, you really look effortless. But before it gets to that point, it's hard. It's like hard work. It's day in, day out, sacrifice, day in, day out. Just dying. This time when you run and you just want to stop, you just want to give up, like, to hell with this, I just want to go home. This day when you get up and you know what, you have a training today. You know it's going to be intense and you're like, oh God, I don't want to go today, but you got to go. And it's so hard and a lot of people don't know. My coach always says, in a couple of years, we're not going to have any track because we're going to take all of it home.
We are not used to seeing you suffering.
That's why you guys are here. Show the true story, innit?
This here is the reality? Do you mean that the competition is not the reality?
Listen, the work is behind the scenes. Competition is the easy part. Behind the scenes is where the work is done. Everything is done to get to that one race that you need to run.
I think I saw him once training, how I felt it that day. He was vomiting and he looked stressed, and I really felt it and said, son, I didn't know you got to work so hard, because that was some hard training. So I prefer not to be there because it's not easy to watch him train, because it's really tough.
You see it, you all right?
Yeah, coach. This is your conscience speaking. Don't do it. Stop running. Retire. Go play football. Go play golf.
So this is where you give your 100%. Everything is behind the scenes. Do not give up. You fall down, no problem. Get up and keep going again. Remember your first race in your mother's womb. You did not give up. You are a winner. Don't you ever forget that. So when you reach the goal, don't forget to thank God and the people around you who helped you reach your goal. They say gratitude is the best attitude. Take time to cool off and refresh with family and friends, but then set a new goal. You are never too old to set a new goal. Make goal setting a habit, because the discipline you learn and the character you build from setting and achieving a goal can be more valuable than achievement of the goal itself. As I said, life is journey, not a destination. If you reach your goal, set a bigger one. If you get to the top of the mountain, find a bigger mountain. Let our journey begin. I know some of us have already begun our journeys, maybe somewhere due to doubts, due to obstacles. We have slowed down. I wish and I hope that my small presentation may motivate you, guide you to pick up yourselves and go once again as the champion that you are, like the Olympians at the Olympics. No matter the result, they give their best. And as the motto of the Olympics, one of it is excellence. And remember, it was the excellence that brought you in this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael, sir. It was truly inspirational for all of us present here for this session to listen to you. It was very humbling for us, no matter how big we are in whatever profession we are, but we are still learning, we are still setting new goals, we are still looking up and looking forward to achieving new heights. Thank you, Michael, sir. Over to Mark to invite the chairperson of the session.
Does anyone
Okay,
have any
thank you.
questions?
Am I audible, Dr. Sam?
Yes, sir.
Doctor.
Yes.
Okay, so at this point, let's call on the chairperson of our resource person, Dr. Michael Diaz, College Director of Department of PESS Dempo College. Let's welcome Dr. TJ Panganiban, the program chairperson, Bachelor of PE Program, Batangas State University, JPLPC Malvar, and also our Vice President for IAPS Incorporated. As he will give the wrap-up highlights or any questions or yes, Dr. TJ Panganiban, go, sir.
Am I audible, Sir Mark?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
So, good day, everyone. First of all, happy National Sports Day to all our friends in India, and we are very grateful because we are here gathered in this kind of event to celebrate the day. So once again, I am Dr. TJ Panganiban, and I am one of the chairpersons for these technical sessions. And before we proceed, I would also like to thank our organizers, the participants, and our resource speakers for investing time on this day. So we have an amazing speaker who gave us a tour on the journey of the Olympic stars. And for that, thank you, Dr. Michael Diaz. I believe that our participants are very grateful and very inspired because we learned a lot from your presentation. I agree on what our speaker said that it is not about who finishes first the task of the or the journey. It is all about who help you or who you help to achieve the goals. We should consider the Olympic values, which are friendship, respect, and excellence. Life in sports is not easy. There are sacrifices, competitions, negativities, and struggles. With this, we should focus on the process and not in the results. So let me briefly.
Dr. J, please unmute.
Yes, Dr.
I'm so
TJ.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Hello, I'm so sorry. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So again, we have an amazing speaker for who gave us a tour on the journey of the Olympic stars. And for that, thank you, Mr. Dr. Michael Diaz. I believe that our participants are very grateful and very inspired because we learned a lot from your presentation. I agree on what our speaker said that it is not about who finished first the task or the journey. It is all about who help you or who you help to achieve the goals. We should consider the Olympic values, which are friendship, respect, and excellence. Life in sports is not easy. There are sacrifices, competitions, negativities, and struggles. So with this, we should focus on the process and not in the results. So let me briefly discuss the processes. Number one, goal setting. It should be smart. Number two, make a plan. Number three, get to work. Meaning to say, focus on the goal, evaluate the progress to know if we are in the right track. And the most important is give your 100% and don't give up. Number four, reach the goal. After reaching the goal, you should thank God and all those people behind the success. Another thing is life is a journey, not a destination. So don't limit ourselves. We should stay out of our comfort zones to have progress. I think our participants have no questions or clarifications on the topic that our speaker had discussed or presented. So allow me, Dr. Michael, to ask one. Is it okay? Dr. Michael?
Yes,
Is okay
please.
to us? Okay, so Dr. Michael, I just want to compare the sports development program from your country to ours because we believe that this can help or this could enhance the motivations and commitment of our athletes. So here in the Philippines, athletes who won medals in the Olympics have corresponding cash incentives, house and lot incentives. Also, people from private organizations give car to the winners, and with this, our athletes are encouraged to work hard in their field or career. How about in your country, Dr. Michael? Or can you share to us the best practices, Dr. Michael?
Yes, more or less a similar scenario back here in India, wherein, as I said, there will be a lot of limelight to the ones who achieve. But things are changing. Uh, there's something called as Khelo India Games, that is the initiative of the government, the Sports Authority of India, that they have come forward with. They have started organizing competitions at a very young age, identifying talent and pursuing with them for the Olympics or for the ultimate games. And I see a upward trend in sports, especially in India. There's a lot of importance being given. A lot of these corporates entering into the field, I feel sports has got a little added boost, especially holding of a lot of these private leagues such as the ISL, Indian Super League, or the IPL. Reliance has made a big difference in sports by organizing a lot of events. They have started in athletics also for the school, high secondaries, and the college levels. So the corporates entering into the field is an added boost. Yeah, and I'm sure it will help us in the future.
Yes, sir. That is right. So same here in the Philippines. The our sports development program is focusing on the our grassroots program and the for other schools program. So that will be all. Thank you, Dr. Michael Diaz, for the
Thank
inputs.
you very
Thank
much.
you for the wonderful session. Back to you, Sir Mark.
So, Mark, I would like to add to what Sir Michael just said, because no matter which part of the world you are, the motivating factor is sometimes deep within yourself to work hard to achieve their desired goal. See, what is motivating in India may not be the same thing that is motivating some athlete somewhere else in the world. Because India is, many of the athletes, as Sir Michael said, are under deep poverty. So, a little house for their parents, a bike or a motorcycle that would be offered after their winning would be great motivation. But athletes all around the world already have most of these things, which are sometimes very basic for people in India. But at the end of it all, the main inspiration, the main driving force definitely comes from oneself, from within us, which we have to always feed. We have to always enrich ourselves with this motivational drive that is required every day, which Sir Michael has rightfully delivered in his presentation. Thank you for allowing me to add this. Over to you, Sir Mark.
Well, thank you so much for that, Dr. Sam and Dr. TJ, and also to our fourth speaker, Dr. Michael Diaz, the College Director of Department of Physical Education, S.S.A. College, for sharing us the journey of the Olympic stars. It is indeed that a dream written down with a date because becomes a goal, and a goal broken down into steps becomes a plan, and the plan backed by action makes your dreams came true. Yes. Once again, thank you so much, and please receive the certificate of appreciation, Dr. Michael Diaz, for sharing his precious time, and the effort as a resource speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, wait. as resource speaker during the conduct of international webinar on the occasion of National Sports Day of India, Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic Movement, organized by Sant Soherobanath MBA Government College of Arts and Commerce, Bermuda, Pernem, Goa, India Department of PE and Sports in collaboration with IEPS in Sports IEPS Incorporated, given this 29th day of August 2021 via Zoom, signed by Lieutenant Dr. Sam Joseph Braganza, College Director of PE and Sports, SSA Government College of Arts and Commerce, signed by Professor Dr. Um, Felipe Rodriguez Imelo, Principal of SSA Government College of Arts and Commerce, and signed by our very own Chairman of IEPS Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Jewelson M. Santos. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Michael Diaz, and God bless you, sir. More blessings.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay, and at this point, yes, also, please receive the certificate of appreciation, Dr. TJ Panganiban, for sharing your precious time and effort as chairperson during the conduct of international webinar on the occasion of National Sports Day of India, Peace and Togetherness through the Olympic Movement, organized by San Soheroban at Ambi Government College of Arts and Commerce, Bermuda, Pernem, Goa, India, Department of Physical Education and Sports, in collaboration with IAPS Incorporated, given this 29th day of August 2021 via Zoom, signed by Lieutenant Dr. Sam Joseph Braganza, College Director of Physical Education and Sports, SSA Government College of Arts and Commerce, and signed by Professor Dr. Felipe Rodriguez Imelo, Principal, SSA Government College of Arts and Commerce, and signed by our very own Chairman of IEPS Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Jewelson M. Santos. Thank you so much, Sir Dr. TJ Panganiban, for being the chairperson of our fourth resource person, Dr. Michael Diaz. And of course, yes, the feedback was already there. So please fill it up now with your photos, of course. Yes. Okay, and at this point, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the concluding session. Let's welcome the College Director of Physical Education and Sports, SSA, Government College of Arts and Commerce. Let's welcome Lieutenant Dr. Sam J. Braganza for the report on the webinar.
Thank you so much, Mark. It has been a very productive, enlightening day today. Thanks to two wonderful organizations, SSA Government College of Arts and Commerce, Perne, Goa, India, and International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporates. It's two selfless organizations which came together to provide this enlightening webinar where two organizations came together wholeheartedly to work to provide the participants with the best of information that they could provide by providing the most quality resource persons, keynote addresses, and a brilliant host for our webinar today. And it has been so effective and so nicely taken and accepted by all participants. I can read the feedback that has been being shared by different participants who have definitely the speakers have made some change into their mindset of how they would utilize sports not only as a physical exercise but something that would spread moral values and which will help them not only to develop their personalities wherever they are working, but to make a great change in the mindset of sports people all over the globe. There were some very inspirational speaking right from our keynote addresser who has spoken on Mr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay, sir, Dr. So who has spoken well and introduced the whole concept of this webinar, followed by talks from Dr. Jesus Argarine, Then we had talks from Mr. Kennedy De Silva, then followed by Madam Dr. De La Cruz. Then finally we came to the end of the day with Dr. Michael Diaz, inspiring us and lifting our spirits high at the end of the day. All these resource persons, let me say, ladies and gentlemen, have come forward without any question of financial help. They have come with a word, just a word, asking them to come and share their inspirational stories, their love to all the participants here. And hats off to these people from and all the chairman persons who were there, from Madam Benu Gupta to both my Philippine chairpersons who were there along with me, have done an extraordinary job. They have been in it when it mattered most to feel and touch upon each aspect of this webinar. There are all onset of this program when Madam Alia from Goa said the prayer, set it to light this beautiful webinar. And it gives me a great happiness, joy in my heart that I can say that we together come to an end of an epic journey. Could be a short ride like a 2020 match in Indian cricket, or in the cricket as a quick match, but it's come to an end with a very sweet note when Michael said, let's set goals, let's achieve it, and let's set another one. So it's not the end of winning one gold medal at the end of 4 years of work hard, but we work for another gold medal 4 years later. So we have a lot of time and a lot of energy to work hard. And I'm sure this all our sports fraternity has a lot of energy of this kind. Thank you for and this opportunity, and I take this opportunity to thank the organization from that is the International Association of Physical Education Incorporate for welcoming San Soyorobanath Ambi. I thank them on on their behalf to giving us this opportunity to collaborate with such a beautiful body, this beautiful organization. From the time it has set tone early in the morning, half an hour before, with with fantastic music welcoming its participants, to a very humble host, to Dr. Jewel, who has been the link between having this function and being in conversation with me almost more than a month now, who had given me the idea to have something of this sort. And it's brilliantly worked out to happen on the National Sports Day of India. I take this opportunity to thank each and every participant. There were around 170 participants, which is huge for me to participate on this day. And some people even missing their lunch, skipping their lunch, and making time to listen to our participants. Hats off to one and all. God bless you, and keep smiling, keep spreading love, joy, and happiness wherever you go. Love you all. God bless.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Lieutenant Dr. Sam J. Braganza, for the report on the webinar. So the College Director of PE and Sports, S.S.A, Government of College and Arts and Commerce. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Dr. Sam. And at this point, may we call on for the concluding speech the professor of the Capiz State University and the Director of Internal Affairs of IEPS Incorporated. Let's welcome Dr. Rosipico Tupaz. Sir?
Sports are about those incredible moments where sheer human will and desire overcomes the odds. These are the moments we remember. To our distinguished guest speakers, who shared with us a very interesting topics this afternoon, to the principal of S.S.A Government College of Arts and Commerce, Professor Dr. Felipe Rodriguez E. Melo, to the College Director of Physical Education and Sports of S.S.A Government College of Arts and Commerce, Dr. Sam J. Braganza, to the Chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Dr. Joelson M. Santos, to the President of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Dr. Jesus Argarin, and to the Chief Advisor of IAPES, Dr. Kishori Mukhupadjay, fellow physical educators, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon to all of us. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to deliver a concluding speech in this very momentous event. During the past few hours, it made us all realize that sports is not just meant for competition, pastime, or relaxation, but it is a way of life, especially to those who value and appreciate it, and to those who practice it as a profession. I am really happy and I feel deeply gratified that this international webinar has come to confirm the great contributions of sports in our society. As our first speaker, Dr. Jesus Argarin presented to us the ways on how to build a better world through sports, I know that all of you will agree with me when I say that sports nowadays is one of the most effective weapons in order to build a strong and healthy nation that could provide a productive and useful citizens. On the second topic that was presented to us by Mr. Kennedy De Silva, he emphasizes the empowerment of women through sports. It has been recognized that sports can be a force to amplify women's voices and tear down gender barriers and discrimination. Women in sports defy the misperception that they are weak and incapable. There is a good evidence that participation in sports can help break down gender stereotypes, improve girls' and women's self-esteem, and contribute to the development of leadership skills. On the topic fair play and fight against racial discrimination through sports and games by Dr. Lucia Bacal de la Cruz, it is clear that sports can really a salient factor in order to promote fair play and avoid racial discrimination. We need to mold our young athletes, especially their generation today, and show them the possibility of better world, one in which bigotry, oppression, hatred, and violence are truly unacceptable. And as their trusted physical educator and coaches, we can prepare them for a world in which they are not only invited to the table to discuss issues that impact them most, but they are asked and empowered to lead the conversations. And of course, for the last topic that we have, the journey of the Olympic stars that was presented to us by Dr. Michael Diaz, all I can say is that there is no shortcuts in achieving our goals. In order to savor the sweet victory of success, we must have first invest time, effort, and money coupled with strong determination, perseverance, and faith in God. Lastly, I just want to share with you this quote by Jillian Michaels. It's not about perfect, it's about effort. And when you bring this effort every single day, that's where transformation happens. That's how change occurs. Once again, good afternoon and God bless us all. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you so much once again, Dr. Recipico Tupas, Professor of Govt State University, Director of Internal Affairs IAPS, for the concluding speech. And once again, the feedback form to our 108 participants here only in a Zoom meeting, the feedback form is already available. So you can fill it up now. And of course, may we call on Mr. Delmark Aceron, Professor of National University, Director of Administration